Good morning, everyone. That's better.
طاب صباحكم جميعا. اسمي إدواردو منصور وأنا مدير دائرة تقويم الأنشطة الحرجية، وأرحب بكل الزوار إلى هذا اليوم الثاني من اجتماعنا. أرأس هذه الجلسة في معية زميلي السيد كواتريني، منسق الآلية الدولية في الاتفاقية الدولية لمكافحة التصحر. بلغنا أن البارحة كان يوما مثمرا، وسيد يوسف إبراهيمي من الآلية العالمية سيقدم لنا نتائج مناقشات اليوم الأول. يوسف، تفضل. أرجو أن تطفئ الأنوار يا نورة.
Right. I have the pleasure to summarize for you, very briefly, the discussion that took place yesterday. After the introductory remarks, there was a presentation that was made by the African Union Commission on the acquis and the lessons learned from the Great Green Wall. There are certain acquis and a lot of challenges. The main stock-taking exercise concerned the strategies. We see that there are harmonized strategies, capacity-building strategies, and we also recognize that the project was able to put into place plans of action at a national level in the different member states, but also pilot projects. As regards the acquis, now there are certain challenges that lie ahead and that need to be reckoned with, namely coordination, which needs to be stepped up, ownership on the part of the local populations, and I'm talking about ownership of the projects and the Great Green Wall process, the sustainability of action in the field, the involvement of civil society, and finally, a generation of rural employment and jobs, especially for young people and women. This is where we stand in terms of the Great Green Wall so far. Now, after that, colleagues from civil society actually presented the Great Green Wall project, and this through a partnership. And they said, how is it possible to promote partnerships? And actually, how can we bolster partnerships? Because the Great Green Wall is an example of building of partnerships between institutions and countries. But what we need to do is work to strengthen that partnership. And then Reinette presented to us the role of civil society in the Great Green Wall, knowing that this is an initiative that's going to build bridges between the local and the regional level. After that, we had the presentation of 4 speakers. One presentation concerned ecotourism and the creation of community natural reserves. That was presented by Senegal. A second presentation concerned the challenge of providing quality seed for the GGW countries. And a third paper concerned resilience as a cement, if you will, of the GGW through the example of partnership in Mali between FAO, WFP, and UNICEF. And finally, the last project that was presented was the cross-border project, which is actually one characteristic of the Great Green Wall. In other words, the support given to cross-border projects. Anyway, we heard from the cross-border project in the Liptako-Gourma region within Burkina Faso. With these presentations, in the afternoon, we organized 2 roundtables. One concerned the whole issue of local development in the framework of a regional approach and a response to the issues of food security and forced migration in the Saharan and Sahelian region. This is a very important issue, of course, which directly involves the Great Green Wall initiative and the countries. And the issue is that in the face of forced migration because of desertification and drought, which is our main concern, we must develop strategies to ensure adaptation to climate change and at the same time reinforce the resilience of populations. Now, there are several responses that were given yesterday to this challenge on the part of the different speakers. First of all, it was said that we must integrate risk management in project development, and that was a presentation that was made by the representative of FAO. But more systematically, the proposal here is that whatever the project, there needs to be the integration of the risk factor in the development of the project itself. We must also involve non-state actors, and this was especially stated by the European Commission, although this does reflect a need, or I think even a condition, a prerequisite for the sustainability of initiatives. We must also try to implement a system for the monitoring and evaluation of risks, and this goes back to the need to integrate risks in the process, but certain speakers highlighted the need for an integrated approach whenever we're talking about risk integration. In other words, risk evaluation must not be limited to sectoral issues like water and soil. Instead, this must be considered in the framework of a broader and more systemic approach so that we can actually speak of environmental risk evaluation in general, which would, of course, include socioeconomic aspects. Then the World Bank representative also talked about integrated approach, and it presented the 3I approach, which means involving institutions, information, and investments. We also heard that it is extremely important to take into account land tenure issues. That was a colleague from ILC, but also within an integrated framework once again, which means that we shouldn't only be able to look at the legal aspects of land tenure, but also consider the role of women and water and land tenure at the same time. Now, these presentations concerned mainly principles, really, and they depicted visions. But then we had an experience of experiences of civil society in the area of sustainable agriculture. And there was an example provided which involves Senegal. So now we have a certain number of projects in the field that have allowed us and that will allow us to build the Great Green Wall. Now, obviously, this means the need to involve civil society in sustainable agriculture. This means really implementing the FLOV project, which will start in January and which also will involve the local level. And this also involves the OIM mechanism to invest in sustainable land management in the area subject to migration in Africa, in West Africa, and this is sponsored by Italy, and once again it does include a systemic vision and approach to the problem. After this roundtable, we identified a number of approaches and bases upon which we can build the initiatives under the Great Green Wall. And one of the conclusions concerning migration is that the Great Green Wall, in its implementation, should give priority to women and the status of women. This is one of the main conclusions that we reached yesterday in the discussion. The second roundtable looked at the green economy. Is it really an opportunity for the Great Green Wall? Now, clearly, at a world level, at a global level, the importance of this issue has grown, especially following the Rio +20 resolutions. And it is in this framework that the discussion has actually taken off and started. The debate has shown that there are several definitions and different visions of the green economy, but nevertheless, there is a consensus to state that the difference between a green economy and sustainable development lies in the fact that green economy seeks opportunities and looks at the environment as a source of growth and development. So how is it that we can generate growth on the basis of the environment? That is where the discussion is taking place right now. Now it is therefore based on growth, but also on employment, on job creation, and private and public investments, as well as public and private partnerships. This is a strong basis or pillar of the definition of this definition of the green economy. Then it was said that the transition towards the green economy is built on concepts like resilience, sustainable growth, and the development of infrastructure. These are the principles developed by the African Development Bank, for example, when it developed its green economy strategy. The green economy is in line with the principles of the Great Green Wall, and this is one of the conclusions that was drawn yesterday from the discussion through the development of infrastructure, through the regional integration objective, and the promotion of the private sector. This is something that was observed also by the African Development Bank in relation to the Great Green Wall. And we've also realized that there is real and significant potential, financing potential, within the framework of the green economy, and this through institutions like the European Commission and its 2014-2020 program. It was decided in the framework of this program that 20% of investments should be geared towards adaptation to climate change. That is also the case of the BAFD, which identified principles that are also espoused by the Great Green Wall, but also the World Bank and the West African Development Bank. However, it should be considered that the green economy has a cost, and a high cost, especially it is more significant anyway than traditional or classical projects. And also the green economy involves a much more systemic approach. I think that this is definitely one of the most interesting elements that came up. And it is for this reason that people should be encouraged to have a systemic view when it comes to development issues. So to conclude, and by the way, this might be flagged as a constraint, but anyway, the green economy should be based on a new paradigm. It seems difficult to use the tools at hand right now to move towards the green economy, and that is the problem of the societies that were grappling with this implicitly. So the green economy should be founded on a new paradigm, and a new approach to development ought to be taken by societies. So within the framework of the Great Green Wall, should this not be a challenge that needs to be met? That was the final question that we were left with. So this is a very succinct summary of the debates that took place yesterday. Thank you. And I would actually like to thank at the end of all this Valeria for having prepared this presentation, i.e. the presentation of this summary.
Thank you very much to Youssef and to Valeria. Very kind and well-delivered summary of yesterday's work. I wonder if there is any, I think it was very comprehensive, at least for me who couldn't attend the whole session yesterday, so very informative. But I wonder if there is anybody that would like to highlight a point that you think should be stressed from yesterday's sessions. I see none, so I think Youssef did a very good job. in summarizing the work ahead of us. Before we move on, let me recall why we are here. This forum has three main specific objectives. And let me remind us of them. Sharing the results of the Great Green Wall Initiative and its development prospects. I think yesterday's session put a lot on this topic. Then we have to work on the identification of innovative partnerships designed for local, national, and transboundary Great Green Wall projects and programs. And I think from what you have presented us, we have good elements to work on it. And the third specific objective of the session is the definition of coordination and exchange mechanisms among multiple financial and technical partners. We have a rare opportunity of getting here together, the financial and the technical partners, to discuss. The day ahead of us is our responsibility to make sure that we reach the end of the day achieving these specific objectives that we have adopted as our commitment for this forum. So the sessions today are a working group session which will be sufficiently large for allowing large participation. I learned from yesterday's experience that sometimes time was short for discussion, maybe because of the size of the panel, maybe because everybody has something to say when they come to podium. So let's hope that we can correct this with the working group today. We have working group sessions starting at 10 and breaking for lunch at 12:30. Secretariat will tell us exactly the details. And continuing from 3 to 3:30, and we are going to reconvene in session, in plenary session here in the red room, in this very room, for the presentation of the working group results. The working groups have a structure that's defined, and I would like to invite now my colleague Nora Berramoni to present us how we are going to work for the working groups. Thank you. Nora, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I haven't prepared slides because I think we had a lot yesterday, getting many presentations, PowerPoint presentations. So we will have, of course, we will have 3 working groups as it was planned in the program. The first working group, which is the working group A, will focus on the oasis. The oasis actually is an ecosystem that has been not yet well integrated really so far within the Great Green Wall for the Sahara and the Sahel Initiative program. So we wanted to take this opportunity, as it was actually the objective of this forum, to identify and to define some development prospects. And we understood from the different contacts we had already so far that with the different networks and stakeholders working on the oasis development has been really a priority that we need really to take over within the Great Green Wall. The oasis is a great example on actually, let's say, the oasis has been, let's say, a pillar for the development in the Sahara region. Actually, the Sahara is actually, has a form actually of a real mosaic of different oases all over the area, this large area. And we wanted actually to take the opportunity for a working group to discuss how to support the natural resources management in the oasis systems. Because these, they are of course valuable, they are promoting food, they are contributing to food security, to development of local communities. They are also a source of social stability, but these oases today are really affected by different threats, including, for instance, overexploitation of their resources. So that's why there will be a working group really discussing this issue. I will not go into the terms of reference of this working group. There will be a coordinator from RADO, from the network of the Oasis. It's a network of NGO, civil society within North Africa. So they will be explaining what the group will do and guide the participants over a very rich and productive discussion to come up after in the plenary to provide us on some recommendations and why not a roadmap how we make sure to support sustainable management of the natural resources of the oasis as a great part of a contribution to the Great Green Wall. The second group will be looking at this, responding to the second objective of this forum, which actually looks at the challenge of coordination, which is still there, even if there is already some improvement in coordination within the Great Green Wall, because it is so complex, because we have different stakeholders, because we need technical capacity, because we need financial capacity, because we need different stakeholders at local, national, subnational, regional, and international. So we need really to find a way, to pave a way to ensure a good coordination without, actually with a balance, looking really well on the local level, but also national and regional level. And so the second group, the working group B, will look at identifying the most appropriate, and this is of course based on the experience of each participant in this room, or actually in the working group that will be actually established, to look at what would be the most appropriate mechanism to mobilize resources for the implementation of the Great Green Wall strategy, implementation plans, and projects. When I say resources, I think we should stress very loudly that we are not just thinking about financial resources, but we need also to look at the different type of other resources, for example, technical. So this working group will be coordinated by our colleagues from the Commission, the African Union Commission, Dr. Abebe, and Steve Oitizi from the GM UNCCD. And so this is for the working group 2. Then the working group C will look at, we heard a lot, and I think everybody knows already, that of course the Great Green Wall is about integration, working at the landscape level, working at a more human-centered approach, integrating the different sectors, the different partners, in order to support the effective implementation of the Great Green Wall at the different levels, starting also at the local level, but also at the landscape, a more larger scale level. So this working group actually will have the task to respond to some questions, of course, based on the experience of the participants that will be working in this group, looking mainly on, or identifying mainly, what would be the any innovative mechanisms that really are needed to support the implementation of the Great Green Wall at the local and within, of course, the landscape level, looking at the different stakeholders' involvement and the different planning processes or implementation mechanisms that need to be developed, and this without, of course, hampering the natural resources that are shared within this territory or within this landscape. And on the other hand, also the working group will look at the different partnerships and approaches that can be used in order to enable the stakeholders to really work better and to collaborate and transform the landscape from a degraded land to a more productive, resilient, and sustainably managed area. And this group will be coordinated by our colleague from FAO, Sally Banin, and Rudo Makunik from NIPAD agency. And yeah, so now it will be difficult for us, actually. We didn't want to compose or to suggest you a composition for the 3 working groups. Actually, each working group has really very interesting angles and could be interesting for everyone here in the room. So I would like to make an exercise, if possible, to just ask you to raise your hand for those who want to be in the workshop A, which is looking at the OASIS component of the Great Green Wall, sustainable management of natural resources of the OASIS system as a contribution to the Great Green Wall. Nobody? Only 2, 3? Come on. 4, 5, yeah, okay. Okay. 7. Okay, okay, good. Yes. I think it's a nice group where we could have a good discussion, okay. Group B?
Just a minute.
Yeah.
We want to inform that,
yeah, for the room, that's right, yeah. So I could say that this group, the working group B, I think you will not have problems. When I ask you to raise your hands, is also to check the language issue, because we will have only one working group who will be really benefiting from the simultaneous translation here in this room. So I think the working group B, A for the OASIS could be, for instance, in the Nigeria room without interpretation. In the Nigeria room is room C283, 283. But our colleague Julia, could you please stand up? She's not here. Okay. Or I will anyway guide you to the room later on after the coffee break. Then the group B, who will be looking at the coordination mechanism to support the African Union Commission for resource mobilization for the implementation of the Great Green Wall implementation plans and programs. So who is interested in this working group? Yeah? Wow. Yeah? The African Union, of course, inside. Yeah? Okay. 10, yeah? I think you could all work in English, if I understood, in one language or not. Do you have problems for interpretation? Yeah. Okay, so we see, yeah? Yeah, okay. Okay. So this group can be, I will just then check the other group to see if we can have this group here. The group C, related to the landscape approach and multi-stakeholder work to stimulate multi-stakeholder partnership and development at the landscape level. Who is interested in this group? Yeah? Okay. Is this group confident to work only in English? I don't see any, yeah? So, okay, so this group then, the working group C on landscape level, could go to Cuba room, which is in B224. So we will guide you to that room after the coffee break. And then the group, so the group B, who has a problem for translation, so we'll stay here, the group working on the coordination mechanism to benefit from the interpretation services here in the Red Room. So can I just ask the coordinators of the group to stand up, Group A, so that just to know, so that people could recognize you? Yeah. Okay, the Group A is, yeah, François is telling me yes, the Group A stay here, so no problem. Group B.
Group A goes to C283.
Yeah, it's Group B. Yeah, Group A will be in Nigeria. They know it themselves. They are working on the Oasis. Group B, stay here. And Group C, Sally, could you please? So she's our coordinator, and Rudo from Nepal is also here. Okay, so without taking, I think, longer of your time, I think this is it, what I had to say. And each working group, anyway, the coordinators will provide more information and guidance to guide the discussion in each working group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nora. I think you put well the scenario, and we are in very good hands with the groups. Just recalling, the Group A for Acacia is at the room, is A for Acacia, I'm saying, just to have a more visual thing instead of a letter on the name of the group. Is at the room, a Nigeria room, which is in the building C283, and the coordinator is Abdelkader, who's here with us. No? He's going to join. And Youssef Brahimi, who presented as the rapporteur, and the Secretariat will guide you to the C283, which will deal with Oasis. The working group B, what's a good gender for the Sahel and B? Bombax? We have a better one? B for Bombax. Butterfly. Well, let's go for the animal kingdom then. The butterfly group can sit here and will benefit from interpretation, and we'll look at the partnerships and the coordination mechanisms. And the group C for Combretum, would that be okay? Would work at the Cuba room, which is in B244. For the group B that stay here, Dr. Gabriel from Africa Union, who's here in the front row, and Siv Oistese from the Global Mechanism will work as coordinators, and François Tapsoba and Ines Shalala will help on the rapporteur. For the group C for Combretum, in the Cuba room, Sally introduced herself. She will guide you together with Rudo from NEPAD, who's here to help us, and then Nora will be rapporteur, and together with Matar Cissé from Senegal. We know that we are in very good hands, and we expect that you come with very concrete proposals for action at this stage. We have to turn these 2 days into a very effective way forward. We will break now. There should be coffee and tea available for us outside. The groups will then go to their meeting places where they are supposed to start. We hope that you start as soon as possible, around 10 o'clock. And then the lunch will be served in the same room that was served yesterday.
Yes.
There is catering facility from 12:30 at the Indonesia room, 8th floor. So if you have difficulties of locating the Indonesia room on 8th floor, please let anyone from us from FAO to know. We will be happy to guide you there and join you for lunch. There will be a coffee served here at 3 o'clock. The group can reconvene after lunch to wrap up and produce the final results. So you have from now until 3 o'clock, with lunch break and coffee break included, to develop and complete the working group time. And we reconvene in this room at 3:30 for the presentation of the results. I see a hand over there. You are welcome.
Thank you, Chair. We are the group who are going to work on the Oasis ecosystem. I just would like to remind to the other groups that oasis ecosystem are spread all over the green grid wall, and I would like to suggest that the other group also take into consideration this particular already existing agro-ecosystem in their reflection, and while they will have to consider in their issue that these systems are existing, and maybe we can share. It is not only, let's say, our working group is on an ecosystem issue, and while the other are more cross-cutting issues. So maybe may I suggest that they consider also this issue in their talks. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your intervention. I see lots of nods, positive nods. I think your message for all of us is that don't be afraid of cross-feeding. When we develop working group, we tend to put boundaries. Say, no, they are going to deal with it. If you are strong about oasis or partnerships or the landscape approach, don't be afraid of contributing to the other group. The final session will take 1.5 hours exactly for us to interbreed and get the final recommendations of this meeting cleared to present to the closing forum at 5 p.m. here. Any other comment? So I wonder if my colleagues at the table, the Vice Chair or the Secretariat would like to raise any other point?
No. No, for me, no. Thank you.
I think Simone wants to say something.
Briefly, just to wish the three groups fruitful deliberations. I would like to recall one aspect that emerged also yesterday from our discussion, especially in Roundtable 2, it was innovation. So I would like to invite you to think a bit outside the box and come up with whatever suggestions you can discuss in your groups, and we are looking forward to hear the results at 3:30. Thank you.
So thank you very much. It's creativity time and tea time now. Thank you. At 3:30 we reconvene here.
Thank you very much. I have also copies for the coordinators of the group, for each group, the terms of reference.
Colleagues, good morning. And I know the difficulty of the sitting arrangements. It is a very we're supposed to be in a very interactive setting, and please feel free to choose wherever you would like to sit. I hope you have a copy of this note, which is intended to provide some guidance for our work. The first thing to establish is to understand what we are supposed to be doing, the expectation from this group. I think this is a very crucial work, coordination of partnerships, and so on. And between now and 3 o'clock, this is the time allocated for us. Now is 10:30, and from now until 12:30 we have a couple of hours, and then after lunch we're going to have an hour. Then we will have formulated our recommendation and present the feedback to the larger group by about have you been listening to me up to now? Suddenly the volume has raised. I don't know what happened. Okay, it's good. So let's very quickly, let me propose that let's very quickly go through these terms of reference so that we can understand the expectations. And then, of course, we will have a very free discussion on how to further refine even the terms of reference. So the context, the working group is going to try and answer this difficult question, that what is the most appropriate partners coordination mechanism to put in place in support of the AU Commission's efforts to mobilize resources for the implementation of the Great Green Wall for the Sahara and Sahel Initiative plans and programs. The reason why I understand AU Commission is mentioned amongst others, because it's not only the AU Commission that makes efforts to mobilize resources amongst others, is because this was called for in a decision of the African Union, for the African Union Commission to assist in mobilization of resources. It doesn't mean that it is going to be only the AU Commission that will be engaged in resource mobilization drive, but the coordination of that effort, I think, is more important. So the terms of reference talks about the fact that there are a lot of actors on the ground. Contributing towards the achievement of the broader goals of the Great Green Wall for Sahara and Sahel Initiative. It doesn't mean that we're going to start from scratch. There are so many activities on the ground already, a lot of actors working. The question is, how can we really put in place a mechanism of coordination? Number one, to synergize the activities of all this, to make sure that activities are complementing to each other and build into the achievement of the broader goals and vision of the initiative. So this is, I think, the message, and therefore we can only achieve this if we put in place an appropriate coordination mechanism to measure the progress as well as the impact of the efforts of these various actors and initiatives. So the task of the working group is therefore to brainstorm on these various options of enhancing this coordination. What alternative options there are at different levels, at national level, at regional level, at continental level. And about 4 questions have been proposed to guide the discussion. The first one is to identify what coordination mechanisms exist already at the moment and which institutions are involved in this space. So what mechanisms of coordinations exist already on the ground? This is, I think, kind of enumeration of this, that, and so on. Number 2, how can we build on the existing mechanisms? How can we add value so that these mechanisms of coordination are further strengthened and so on? And the third one is proposing, it's a kind of challenging us. Is it possible for us to think in terms of coming up with a result framework, a consolidated result framework for Great Green Wall for the Sahara and Sahel initiative? If we have this initiative as one integrated whole, with different levels of activities contributing to a kind of result chain towards the achievement of the ultimate goal of the initiative, can we really articulate a result framework for that, in which the result chains are clearly articulated, as well as the respective roles and responsibilities of all actors within this space is defined, which makes coordination easy, which also contributes towards synergy, complementarity, but also accountability and transparency, and especially mutual accountability. We say we are contributing towards this goal, this is what we are going to do, this is what we are going to contribute. There is going to be a regular sessions, consultations and review process and updating of the mechanism. So is it possible to think about that, so that everybody will be able to see what they are going to contribute, how they are going to contribute, and so on? So the issue of resource mobilization is also going to be, part of this. And the fourth one is it feasible? Is it feasible to think of resource mobilization in a pooled context for Great Green Wall for the Sahara and Sahel initiative? If we consider GGWSSI as an overarching framework under which we can cascade all the different activities by different actors and so on, and especially if we have that kind of framework, result framework, it's possible for us to think of mobilizing resources in a pooled manner. And an example is provided here, like multi-donor trust fund, where our partners can contribute to this pool to support the achievement of the activities and the outputs of, as defined in the result framework. So this, and with also the relevant, putting in place relevant governance arrangements, both for the fund as well as for providing leadership and guidance for the achievement of the goals and vision of Great Green Wall for the Sahel initiative. So these are 4 guiding questions. These are not limiting. It's not to constrain the discussion. These are just to stimulate the discussion. Number 1, what existing mechanisms of coordination there are. Number 2, how can these existing mechanisms be strengthened further? Number 3, is it possible to come up with a result framework with result chains and define responsibilities and roles of institutions and so on? And 4, is it possible to think of resource mobilization in a pooled context? These are the 4 guiding questions. Are there some questions of clarification, things which may not be clear from these guiding questions? I would also like really to encourage discussion to raise further questions as well, so that our discussion becomes more informed and deeper. Is it clear? No, some of them. Yes.
Does this mean the discussion has started on any of these?
Yeah,
or?
I was trying to see if there are some questions on this. If we are clear with this, we can proceed with the discussion.
Okay.
Sorry. What I was trying to say was, I think it would be good if we have clarity on this. If we are satisfied with the questions, guiding questions, then we can proceed with the discussion. But the fact that I'm not seeing any hand, and as the coordinator of this group, I would exercise the liberty of interpreting it as my introduction was clear. Yeah. So, yes, we can proceed now to the discussion. Maybe item by item discussion, item by item would be very good. On number 1. Yes. Those of you who would like to take the floor, please come and share with us some of the mics. No. First, yes.
You were. I'm sorry.
When it comes to point 3,
okay. Rémi Emeric from SOS Sahel, based in Paris. There are many projects already existing and which can fall, I think, under the Great Green Wall program. If I take our organization, for example, we have projects on resilience and projects on forestry and in all over the bands from Dakar to Djibouti. And I think, first of all, we have to know what are those projects implemented by the different organizations. And maybe we need to define the criteria of the projects which can be we can say labelized maybe under the Great Green Wall program. Because if we look at all the organizations, the states, and I think we can have a big database and see, and we need to define also the indicators which will be useful to see the results of those projects. Are they social indicators, environmental and economics? But it's more maybe to make a census of the existing projects.
Okay, thank you so much for that contribution. Let's continue raising issues. On number 1, what coordination mechanisms exist? Yes, Mr. Bekenga, please.
Merci, Monsieur le...
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to say that so far, the Commission of the African Union has played an extremely important role in the mobilization, I should say in the coordination of donors. And this to say that if we're going to zero in on mechanisms to mobilize funding agencies and donors, I think we need to start with the existing situation. So make sure that we secure leadership on the part of the Commission of the African Union. And because the work that's been done so far, I think, is satisfactory, and we need to build on that. Now, as regards mobilization mechanisms, well, I think that we're all aware of the fact that in regional economic communities, if you look at ECOWAS and others, you will see that these are organizations that have a lot of experience in mobilizing financial resources and mobilizing donors in a general way. I think that perhaps we could draw inspiration from their experience and get them on board this initiative, i.e. the Great Green Wall Initiative, because these regional economic communities not only have experience, but they themselves, you see, often host either banks or specialized funds that could definitely give a contribution to finance the projects developed in the framework of the Great Green Wall Initiative. So I really think that we need to get them involved in our activity. Now, even if we do implement a funding mechanism as envisaged, we still do need to define measures in terms of reference, really, in order to define very clearly the objectives and goals that are going to have to be pursued by the facility or agency aimed at mobilizing donors. We also have to define outcomes and indicators on the basis of which these results have to be fathomed. I think that we also need to look at the timing issue, maybe start with 5 years and see to it that after 5 years, tangible results may be achieved. I would like to conclude now by addressing the nature of the financial resources that we're looking for. Although we may have a single fund which is devoted to the Great Green Wall Initiative. Within that fund, perhaps we need to make a distinction between two types of funding, or I should say, two sub-funds, perhaps. The first I would call a loans fund, which would enable the stakeholders involved in the Great Green Wall Initiative, and I'm talking about producers, or civil society. You see, this would be a fund in that stakeholders could borrow money from. This would be the first type of fund I'm thinking of, lending fund. The second type of fund would be a guarantee fund because, as you well know, in the rural environment, it's very difficult to ask farmers or producers to present viable guarantees. So if there is a financial mechanism, i.e. a guarantee fund, this will enable the farmer to borrow money and to see to it that the loans are guaranteed by this guarantee fund that would be put in place. So these are the two types of sub-funds that I'm thinking of, which I'd like to propose, which could be joined so that they could constitute a single fund for the Great Green Wall Initiative. And that's my idea, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Bikenga. Any other observation on this? Yes, sir.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. I have two comments to make, two statements. The first is recognizing the elite role that the Commission of the African Union can play in policy terms, in exercising oversight, and in a way putting a label, a brand on the operations. You have to think that under the Commission of the African Union, we would need a structure for implementation. And I don't think that it would be outside of the development banks, the regional banks. I think that the regional banks have great experience in areas such as management for third parties. They can guarantee the funds of other parties. They can do the work. They are audited structures, and there are no issues in terms of governance, and therefore they would be the structures with which you could mobilize resources, because the donors making the resources available will know that the funds will be managed according to the state of the art and with obligations of accountability and reporting. And it's very important today in resource mobilization, especially in a context of concessional lending in particular. And this is very important. This is financing for the Great Green Wall, and the resources that need to be mobilized are not going to be market-based alone. They will be resources granted on concessional terms. And so, at that point, the interest rates on the loans that will be taken out have to be the lowest possible, the very best possible, and it will require dedicated resources. And by involving the banks, by saying to the banks that the resources being raised are not to pay for administration changes or for profit, but they are there to be managed for third parties, and holding the banks responsible and having the resources held in the bank, I think would be a very important lever and help attract other partners and a way to raise important assets, important funds. The second comment I'd like to make is a sort of warning. Our approach should not be a give us money approach. It should be a project-based approach. And so we have programmatic projects, integrating projects. If I take the Bank of the ECOWAS and or other banks, if you have a project that was envisaged in Nigeria, that's now in Senegal, it's a sort of project that will attract resources because obviously these are projects that are tested and can be replicated, can be reproduced elsewhere. So we need to find the right formula to make it easier for regional banks to give their own contribution and to follow up, to practice oversight. It is our job. We do finance projects. We do try to see what can be done to avoid the negative impact of climate change on our projects. So it is something that we are in contact with every day, but we don't necessarily account it. It definitely is our job, though, and we know how to do it. And I think it's important to have a sort of crop insurance for the benefit of the farmers. The product we're developing is quite well advanced. There's a consultant working on it. I think it could also be an important contribution and help us move forward the Great Green Wall initiative. I'll stop here. Thank you very much for your attention.
that is functional. And when I say functional, I mean there's a team devoted to supporting coordination. And when I say coordination, we have to talk about what that means. It doesn't mean channeling funds necessarily, although there should be some operational budget for the coordination mechanism. But rather it's to develop a results framework, which we'll talk about in point 3, with the lowest common denominator of shared targets that each project that contributes to the Green Wall can contribute to. So we have lots of ideas about how to do that and lots of existing mechanisms and efforts. There's CADEP and Ter-Africa that NAPAD has been hosting the Secretariat for, and African Union is involved in both of those. And there are a number of other country-level mechanisms already in place. But for something specific to the Great Green Wall, of course, there's the tools have to be put in place. The people have to be put in place to manage those tools. Another element that needs to be coordinated are the communications, and right now that's being borne quite heavily by the UNCCD and FAO, and the communications work needs to be ramped up within the African Union as well, and linked together with the public relations departments and communications teams in the partner governments, in the African governments. Knowledge services is another element that needs to be coordinated. The flow of knowledge across the countries, in particular Maghreb to Sub-Saharan Africa and back, and with other experiences around the world, is something very powerful for the Great Green Wall. And it's something that the World Bank in particular can deliver on. Since we have a global footprint, we can help convene this knowledge from around the world. And we have a small project that will help do that. And this small project is called, I think Monique Barbu mentioned it yesterday, BRICS, Building Resilience Through Innovation, Communication, and Knowledge Services. And it is our contribution to the regional work of the Great Green Wall, and it is implemented by SILS, OSS, and IUCN West and Central Africa Office. And through that project, we'll be seeking linkages with whatever coordination mechanism emerges out of the Green Wall process. And anything that is done with BRICS, the BRICS project, can be absorbed and either implemented in parallel or implemented in a more intimate fashion with whatever coordination mechanism emerges at African Union. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think perhaps I should be more flexible in I think facilitating the discussion so that it covers across the different questions instead of really limiting. I can see now that it is very difficult for colleagues to be straight-jacketed into those. So please feel free to also make contributions as relevant that speaks to the 4 questions, but also even beyond, things which you feel would be very important. I think these are very important contributions thus far. Any? Yes, Elojo?
Thank you. I think on the first question, there's an issue that is that we need to address somehow, which is the existence of the Pan-African Agency, which created a little bit of an unclear situation in terms of the governance for the Great Green Wall. I think there is consensus that the African Union has to be in the leading, is actually in the leading chair, but somehow the institutional arrangement that exists at the moment do not reflect this leadership. And there was a decision taken for the Pan-African Agency to be somehow transformed. Well, my understanding was it was to be transformed into an agency under the umbrella of the African Union. I don't know exactly if there's any step being taken or is there any roadmap kind of to actually implement this decision. But what I hear is not really very encouraging. And I think that something that needs to be addressed openly and clearly, because it's going to hamper a little bit the governance of the initiative. So we need some clarification on this. Secondly, but also a little bit more related to point 3 perhaps, is for me coordination is not only about resource mobilization, obviously, and there is a bit too much emphasis on that, which is understandable as well, but I think it's also monitoring and evaluation. So we need a common result framework, which can, and maybe this has to come out of the strategy, the harmonized strategy, but there has not been sufficient effort up to now to develop this result framework. And then we have to articulate the coordination structure also based on this result framework. What can be considered a contribution to the Great Green Wall or not has to be determined based on this result. What are the objectives of the Great Green Wall? So if something is contributed to that, then we can consider. But then the resource mobilization mechanism can be varied. I wouldn't stick to one multi-donor trust fund or to a certain modality. I will prefer to have flexibility so we can have different instruments working together. The important thing is we are working towards the same objective, but this objective has to be clear.
Thank you, Lojo, for that contribution. Before there are some questions for clarification, I would do that, but let's continue brainstorming. Madame.
Bonjour. Good morning. My name is Anna Louise. I'm the technical scientific correspondent of CCD for Italy, and I work with the focal points of the convention. I'm also the representative of the European Union in the intergovernmental group for the Rio Plus 20 after the COP12. I don't work directly in this project, but I have known about it for years. I have also listened to many presentations, and I consider it to be very ambitious and a very important project. It's a project that I think is aligned with the fundamental ideas in the area of desertification. What I don't understand or know are the different lines of responsibility of the project. I've seen that there's a good spirit of cooperation among the different institutions, and that is something I appreciate very much. But you may perhaps know that in Italy, we have spoken of years of the need to reinforce synergy. We made this proposal in the convention, and we're very happy that this proposal for enhanced synergies have been appreciated. But it's important to understand the need for coordination at the local level. Coordination of all of the different actors at the local level, as well as a coordination at the level of those who are directly involved in the project. But also with what I would call sister projects, adaptation to climate change, all of the other local level activities that are in place in the countries in which you're working. So my point is that it's very important to have an effective organization at the central level, but coordination is crucial at the local level and needs to be very strong there, involving all of the organizations that are directly or even indirectly in contact related to the project. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam, for that very important point. This is one area that is easily forgotten in many areas, and I think it's good it has been brought out. We will discuss further. Yes.
Merci.
Thank you. I think that our discussion is pointing out the existence of a number of actions and interventions and participants. But if I look back at the regional harmonized strategy, I feel that there is something very important that we must solve, and that is the need for a common denominator. We don't want things to be piecemeal, where everything that everyone does is the implementation of the Great Green Wall. What is essential is that we have this common denominator and a good understanding on what needs to be coordinated. Do all of the actions of all of the participants need to be coordinated in the implementation of the Great Green Wall? I would say not. But if we don't clearly identify what the common denominator, the shared common denominator for us all is, then I fear there might be some confusion, and it would be harder for this mechanism to effectively funnel the resources that we will be mobilizing, and also monitor and follow up on the use of these resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I would follow on what has been said by the representative of Italy of the European Union. The European Union mentioned the Pan-African Agency. I think we need to go down to the national level, and definitely there are issues in coordination at a national level that need to be solved. There are some structures that need to be in place, and they aren't yet. And these are pre-requirements if we want to have a coordinated initiative. National structures need to be there. We need frameworks for consultation, action plans that need to be developed at a national level as well. There is a lack of certain things, and without these instruments, then it's very difficult to coordinate initiatives at a regional or national level. So I really would insist on this point. When we speak of resource mobilization, we have to understand the need for coordination at different levels. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know I have seen that hand, but I was trying to see if there are new hands. Where? Okay, Steve, please.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up on the past two comments with which I agree. And I think they're connected, this issue of country-level coordination and the issue of the common denominator. On the issue of the common denominator, I completely agree. And we have existing common denominators that we can use to very quickly make a results framework right now. We could do it in 30 minutes, honestly, to have a draft. And we can build it up over time. But we can start with a small number of process indicators and some more impact level indicators that are already in play. In Ter-Africa and in CADP, one of the indicators is land area with expanded vegetation cover, change in vegetation cover. And change in vegetation cover is an indicator that almost all of our projects that work in this area are addressing. So clearly that should be one of the indicators of the Green Wall. And we can go through the list and put in some of these indicators that we think that most of the projects are going to address. We can also have the types of indicators that many projects are already addressing, a number of people participating at local level, a number of land use and watershed or forest management plans, land area with such a plan, these kinds of things. Very simple to track, not scientifically rigorous. And then in each of the projects, they do more scientifically rigorous impact indicators, because we can't send that top down. Every project is going to have a different strategy for achieving its results on the ground. But almost all of them are going to be tracking land area with improved practice and land area with vegetation cover. So these are the two indicators I think that we could include. For the coordination mechanisms at country level, my understanding is that there is a lot already at work. In Ethiopia, for example, since 2007, I believe, they've had the Sustainable Land Management Platform. Started with NAPAD Inter Africa and the World Bank and GIZ and UNDP and everybody else, European Union as well. And all the donors are around the table. All the different ministries are around the table. There's still a lot of coordination work to do, but it's probably the best case that we have under TerAfrica. And TerAfrica is a partnership the World Bank helped start, but it's we're not managing it now. We have a little trust fund for it, but we're really just one of the main partners. And Ethiopia is too. And so it would be, I think, a mistake to come in and create a green wall coordination mechanism in Ethiopia when you already have a nationwide sustainable land management coordination mechanism that is well respected and well known. Has some holes, has some gaps, and it needs to be improved, but it's there. And within that, we can identify what the main green wall strategy is. To help do that, the World Bank is financing a new project there, the Sustainable Land Management Project Part 2. And Part 1 just closed. Part 1 was had money from TerAfrica. It was about $70 million. The new project is about $100 million and includes $50 million from Norway. And it's being scaled out nationwide, every part of Ethiopia. It doesn't mean every small watershed is addressed, but every region of Ethiopia is in this project. So we can do, or the government can do, can implement whatever green wall strategy it wants to through that project, for example, and through many others projects. And then the responsibility for coordination becomes what? Now we're talking about the local level, which our colleague from Italy talked about. So to the local level and state level coordination also has to be put in place. And that state level is really the missing middle. In Nigeria, that's really the important one. In Ethiopia, it's also very important, is the state level coordination. So in Nigeria, we have the World Bank has been working with Nigeria to set up state level coordination for these types of multi-sector natural resource interventions. In some states, Cross River State, for example, in the extreme south, it's fairly robust. In the north, it doesn't exist yet. So there's a real opportunity to work together there. But Nigeria is the state, that's the entry point. So we have to think about coordination at all of these levels, but then what is the right role for coordination? And then we shouldn't get into a situation, and this is my main point, I always say at UNCCD meetings and so on, who is coordinating the coordinators? Because we shouldn't come back 3 years from now and have all of these competing land-related coordination platforms, and our poor country clients are just drowning under the weight of all of these coordination mechanisms and have planning fatigue. So we have to make it easy for them. The main way, I think, to make it easy for them and for all of us, none of us have a lot of time, but the main way to make it easy is to agree very quickly on some indicators for a results framework for the Green Wall, that we can all say that we are contributing to these indicators. And then we can continue to work on making those indicators more sophisticated, more robust, more relevant over time. But if we can agree on a small set of the common denominator, then we can say, okay, here's everything we have. Here's all the projects in all these countries and all of these people that are contributing towards these common goals. Sort of like an MDG for the Green Wall. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that intervention, Steve. And Yes, and then.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I like the discussion about these coordination issues, and I remember some times back, it has been 3 years ago, it has been discussed putting up the national coordinators and being under the EU direction, whatever. I would like to know, because we are talking about what happened. Did it work? If it didn't work, what happened? Because we didn't see anything about it. We didn't have any report about it. Because it is 3 years ago when this Great Green Wall was instituted in Addis Ababa, and they've been clear that the EU is leading this. They've been these national coordinators under the AFL. They've been these action plans. And what happened? What is the, after 3-4 years, did it work? Didn't work? What happened? Now from there on, now you can see if it didn't work, that's what happened, you can shoot new things. Yeah. Now, another point I would like to bring on board with partnerships is just the role of the CGR group, which is having knowledge, it is founding and coordinating research. So in the drylands, all over the tropics, and we have knowledge. This group is having knowledge, and it have different donors behind it, and we are in the dryland systems. So I believe that bring them on board in terms of for resource mobilization should be a good way to go as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that contribution. Yes, Mr. Bikanka.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to return to what I said before when I spoke about the Commission of the African Union and perhaps clarify what I meant. I think that coordination at a political level should be entrusted to the African Union Commission. The heads of state and government should have on their agenda the issue and should be taking the relevant policy decisions. Now, at an operational level, we have the Pan-African Agency, we have national agencies. They definitely can be involved in the operationalization. But in the area of coordination, there are many, many other actions that also need to be taken into account. And one of these is the funders of the Great Green Wall. They too need to be involved in coordination mechanisms. And good coordination requires someone taking the lead and expediting and encouraging others to take action. So besides the fund donors who are important, NGOs and their various networks must also be involved in a coordination mechanism. The same holds true for the people working out in the fields, actual producers. We know that in our regions there already are some networks who are, for instance, very active in combating desertification, climate change. These are networks that exist at a Pan-African level too. So we need to benefit from their existence to coordinate action in the Great Green Wall Initiative. But for all of this to work effectively, the coordination mechanisms and networks needs to have a results-based approach. If they're allowed to work as they wish without accountability, without reporting, then a lot of time can be wasted without any real control of what is happening in the field, and that definitely is something that needs to be avoided. A question was raised on whether everything should be included in the Great Green Wall. I think that each country is going to have its own strategy and its own action plan. And these actions will contribute to the initiative. If we leave it too open, though, then just about anything could be considered to be part of the initiative, whereas it is not. So it's important that we have clarity on the strategy and on the plan of action. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Perhaps, yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Khalid El-Tawil. I come from the Embassy of Egypt, and I have to admit that I'm less informative about the subject than everyone here. But I agree, we think we can agree with that the starting point should be to come up with some indicators about, or common denominator about the Green Wall Initiative. Regarding the coordination mechanism, excuse my ignorance, but if we have some African institutions like the NIBAD and the CADEP and the African Development Bank, why don't we entrust these institutions to lead the role in terms of coordination and in terms of finance? This is a question more than intervention. Thank you.
I think let me take perhaps a pause. Okay. Yes.
Je voulais poser peut-être une...
I have a minor question to pose. I think it would be important to think about harmonizing resources. I think that our work, our group, should reflect on what kind of resources are we actually looking for to finance the Great Green Wall. What is the type of resources that we are seeking? I think we need to give an answer to this question, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. I think that is a very good question. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Bebe, and probably also excuse my ignorance because I'm coming into this initiative maybe rather lately. But I know we're all rushing to push for indicators, but as you will know in the typical log frame, you have to start with a baseline. So I don't know whether this work has already been done. I mean, if the objective is to reverse desertification or the advance of the Sahara or whatever, then we have to have some benchmark that we're trying to reverse this trend by X% per year over the next 20 years, which is probably the overall goal. And then we come to choose 2 or 3 simple indicators, and then we report on progress towards achieving those. Because to me, the Great Green Wall Initiative is not an actual investment program on the ground. It's what every country in this belt is doing towards meeting this objective. And therefore, the country focal point should report on this every year or every 2 years on what have your country done towards meeting this. And if you're having challenges, what are the gaps that now donors can come in to help you as a country, Burkina or Chad or whatever, to help you reverse this advance of the desert. So I think we're a bit too early to start going straight to donor mobilization. I think there's this essential work to be done first, and then have the country focal points report on this, and donors can help them facilitate this reporting. And my last point is that we should not try to create a new coordinating mechanism. I think the CADEP framework is the ideal platform for this. You just have to find the means of facilitating the CADEP secretariat or whatever to be able to take on this particular function and not try to create and you piggyback on the regular meetings of the CADEP meetings. But there is a preliminary work that probably has been done but not reported, or which we need to start from. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken, for that. Yes, Steve.
Thank you. I agree that we do not have to emphasize resource mobilization too much. I think everybody in this room, we have spent our entire careers dreaming about the day when we have this much money at our disposal for these issues. This has never happened before, even in the heyday of the 1970s when agriculture was in the sun a bit and had some money. Now, what has changed? There are billions and billions and billions of dollars on these issues now in the Sahel. The issue is the countries are not going to be able to spend it. That's the real issue. So they have to step up their game. The ministries of finance, the line ministries, the NGOs that help the communities disperse the money, they have to step up their game to manage this money. It's not a resource mobilization, it's a resource absorption problem now. So I agree we don't have to worry too much about mobilizing. And if we did, how do you mobilize? The way you mobilize is to get organized. And so I would disagree that we allow CADEP to coordinate the Great Green Wall. And that's predominantly because of one reason. The Great Green Wall is taking a landscape or spatial approach to development, to natural resources. CADEP is focused pretty much on the agriculture sector. There is some work on irrigation, but it's the agriculture sector. Pillar 1 is about land and water management, and I contributed to the development of that pillar, but it does not have the wider perspective of natural resource management that the Great Green Wall has. And it doesn't have the wider perspective on climate change that the Great Green Wall has. And so I think the Great Green Wall really has a nice story to tell. And we have to work better at telling that story. I think many of the people in the room here, including myself, were involved in Ban Ki-moon and World Bank President Kim's trip to the Sahel, where they announced all of these billions of dollars for mobile pastoralism, for irrigation, and for social development. But they didn't mention the Great Green Wall. And I lobbied like hell within the World Bank to get the Green Wall into their talking points. I gave talking points. I gave a copy of the movie The Man Who Stopped the Desert to President Kim. It wasn't enough. But we have a good story to tell. And to tell that story, we need targets that are transformational. And these targets, we don't need a baseline, honestly. Or let me correct myself. The baseline can be 0 for some of these indicators. So, for example, you have a target. Triple the land in the Sahel benefiting from sustainable land management practices. That's a target with a baseline of 0. Whatever the baseline is now is determined locally or nationally. But for the regional level, the baseline is 0. We're doubling it over from whatever the baseline is. You can quadruple the number of people reached with new investments, with new technologies, or triple the number of people participating in the Great Green Wall, triple the number of people implementing sustainable land management, even if you don't know what the current baseline is. And you can then, with the individual projects, work on defining what those baselines are going to be. So the regional level, when you aggregate, the aggregation becomes doubling this, tripling that, quadrupling the other. And then that becomes something that can attract people to your agenda.
Thank you so much. It's very encouraging to see that we are already deep into the discussion of the result framework. Let me... Oh, yes, please.
I'm Harry Palmier from the Global Forum on Agricultural Research based in FAO here. I just want to make a point about the coordination inside our own institution, because I want to pick up on the point that was just made by the former interventor. How do we tell the story about the Great Green Wall? It's very important. I'm coming from a meeting in Johannesburg 2 weeks ago, which was a third conference on food security, nutrition, and climate change. We heard that the UN Secretary General is organizing in September a climate change summit. And we were working on the formulation and launch of a climate-smart agriculture alliance. We had FAO, we were there, the World Bank was there, Nobody talk about the GGWSSI. So there is a problem here. We're going to go to New York and launch this initiative. But even in our own institution, we didn't put on the radar screen of this conference this initiative. So there is a problem here in terms of how do we sell our own initiative. And coordination is a major issue here. Just want to put that on the table. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that intervention. I think this is a very common mistake that we make. Let me provide a little clarification. Yes, Mr. Pikenga, you want to say something?
Moi, je suis entièrement d'accord avec.
I completely agree with the last speaker. We ourselves have a problem in getting people to know or introducing the Great Green Wall. This is a problem indeed, because in my opinion, we don't have the political support. Now, if we don't have this political dimension behind us, then we're not going to be able to mobilize anything at all. It's going to be really difficult. And it is for this reason that I am persuaded that if this mission is entrusted to the Commission of the African Union, we're going to go farther. Because if the group of heads of state of the African Union embraces and speaks about the Great Green Wall Initiative every time the heads of state meet, I think this is going to have to percolate down to the various communities. But if we do not take this up seriously, then it's going to be difficult for people to take up the issue in the great international meetings. And we need to make sure that the Great Green Wall Initiative is definitely supported politically, and that under the aegis of the African Union Commission.
Okay, thank you so much. Now that we've had a very useful round of interventions, and that there are some questions raised for clarity, I think it would be appropriate for us from the African Union Commission also to provide some clarity. Starting from the last point which is raised, and the roles that the African Union Commission should be playing. There should be no doubt in the minds of our colleagues that this mandate was given by the heads of state and government. There is a decision. In fact, it's not one decision, a series of decisions mandating the Commission of the African Union to provide that political level coordination. This is consistent with why we are there, the raison d'être for the African Union Commission. Our role is to coordinate the implementation of continental level flagship projects, and this is just one of them. What makes this very peculiar is that it is very specific. The heads of state have said that the Commission of the African Union makes sure the necessary coordination is provided for it. That is what we have been trying to achieve over the last few years. We've been trying to, in fact, it was successful in some sense. When we had established the heads of state and government committee on climate change, and you will remember the late Prime Minister of Ethiopia was the coordinator of that, and he was using all platforms to sell this idea that there is a common position on climate change, and there are continental flagship programs that we need to implement continental level. One of them, and he was talking about 3, to be exact, the Congo Basin, Lake Chad, Great Green Wall for the Sahara and Sahel Initiative. This was the basis for his communication among his colleagues and outside at that time. It was really very clear. So yes, we derive our mandate from a decision by the heads of state and government of the Union, and we are trying to deliver that, on that. The link with CADEP, we are also playing the same thing with CADEP, together with NEPAD. But as Steve said, although we can draw from the lessons of coordination of CADEP work at different levels for our coordination work in the Great Green Wall for they are different, and we have to maintain that identity, that difference in identity, and it's important to have the identity of the GGWSSI. It's very important. What had happened to the agreement that was made 3 years ago regarding the coordination and so on? In our opinion, we have played that role. That coordination, that discussion 3 years ago was about this small project. About, is it 1 point something million? Whose objective was very limited in terms of developing the action plans and so on of these countries to support them. So we have been playing that role up to now. But the context now is completely different. How can we really coordinate, bring together the various actors, the multitude of, into an integrated framework and provide the necessary coordination? This is a kind of discussion. So we're broadening this. Of course, my colleagues Almami and Francois can come in to give you more information on what has been taking place. The link with Pan-African Agency. Ilojo expressed concern. There has been confusion, and I think we should have given more clarity on that. As you know, the Pan-African Agency was created by CENSAT, heads of state and government, by a regional economic community. You have to understand that. It is CENSAT, as a regional economic community, that has created this agency. I will not comment on the appropriateness of the term Pan-African. Bikenga, you have come from ECOWAS. Can ECOWAS create an institution called Pan-African? I don't know. But let's just be very clear. It is an agency of a REC, a regional economic community, which is CENSAT. Okay? Now, they established this, and then they reported, they reported during the AU Assembly of Heads of State, the President of Chad, who was at the time the head of state of CENSAT, reported the outcome of their meeting, the meeting of CENSAT, and informed the Assembly of AU that they have established this agency and called for the AU to support this and then the AU Assembly also appreciated this and adopted a decision sponsored by Chad for the AU Commission to support this agency in resource mobilization. And we have been engaging in discussions with the Executive Secretary of the agency on how we can play that role. But for the agency to assume a position of a specialized agency of the African Union, this is far-fetched. It is not possible. That is not our understanding, because there are procedures of establishing a specialized agency of an African Union agency. It is not normal for a REC to have established an agency and for that to metamorphose into a specialized agency of the African Union. It has never decided like that. It has never decided like that. Because, I mean, I understand the procedure. So that agency is not the specialized agency of the African Union. It is not. It is not in the structure. It is not in the decision. The only decision we have is calling for the African Union Commission to support the resource mobilization efforts of the agency, which we are discussing how to play. And one of the things which we put on the table is to come up with a result framework. We said we cannot go into resource mobilization without the content being defined and without the roles and responsibilities of the institutions clearly established. So resource mobilization is not the first call of duty for us. We have to define the goals and the objectives. You have also discussed the indicators and so on. What institution is going to play what? This is the content. Based on this content, now we can talk to our partners on how this can be supported. We haven't yet finalized that kind of discussion. So this is the clarification that you need to. We are prepared to work with them. We understand they have mandates. We think we can play a complementary role. African Union Commission is not an implementing agency. We are not an implementing agency. Like the relationship we have with NEPAD. NEPAD is an implementing arm of the African Union. Sorry. So we focus on policy development, advocacy, coordination, harmonization of efforts, political support, mobilization, and so on. NEPAD focuses on supporting implementation on the ground. We can use that kind of model to work with the Pan-African Agency as a technical body. But these are under discussion at the moment. Now, listening to the various useful interventions and trying to summarize these discussions, I think the most, in my opinion, the appropriate entry point is what is it to implement? What are we trying to implement? And who are responsible for implementation? We have to answer that question. And this brings this crucial issue of the national level plans, national level actions. That is where implementation is taking place. In fact, the lessons that we have gotten from the last few years of working with our member states is that now they have plans developed. This should be converted into kind of projects. And of course, then they need funding, finance to support the implementation of these projects. So when we are talking about implementation, it is about implementation of specific projects. Okay? How can we support and what kind of funds we are talking about to support the implementation of these funds? And there are so many types of funds. Countries have bilateral mechanisms of mobilizing resources. They have multilateral mechanisms of mobilizing resources. It's not only at the level of countries, we have the state, the public sector. There are non-state actors who are also mobilizing resources using their own networks and partnerships and actors. So it is not possible, as Ilojo also said, to think of only one pool of resources. Okay? So that is the entry point. Now, how do we ensure coordination at that level, as a national level? And who should be responsible for that? We have started with focal persons as a country level. Focal persons. Over the last few years, we have focal persons. I think there should be a way of strengthening these focal units. For example, from focusing on one desk, one person, a mechanism of bringing together key actors at that level. So that is the starting point. How do we now link this with, because yesterday we have heard projects, proposals involving several countries. So not all projects are going to be country limited. There are some cross border and bringing together several countries. Then how do we also define some kind of coordination to capture that element? And what will be the role of regional bodies? in this coordination architecture. We have regional economic communities, you have ECOWAS, you have IGAD, you have SEALs, specialized kind of technical bodies. You have IGAD, Steve mentioned about billions, multi-billion dollars resource going to the Sahel. Same thing is happening in the IGAD region, in the framework of a CADEP regional compact, focusing on risk management and resilience building and so on. Many of the things are interrelated with, natural resources. But what the roles of regional bodies are really evolving now. They are playing increasingly an important role of coordination and harmonization of efforts at the national level, but also supporting the efforts of member states to specifically mobilize resources in support of those projects. So we will have plans at the national level. We will have projects at the national level. This needs to be supported, and there is going to be different kinds of resource mobilization routes mechanisms. The most important of which would be the bilateral, the efforts of the countries themselves, using their own partners. And there are partners around those, as Steve said. How do we now link this with the regional process and the continental process of coordination? At the continental level, there is no problem. We have already defined, African Union Commission is providing that one. And we're going to have the coordinator in January, right? Full-time coordinator. But as we said, it is not about having one person. It's really having a strong unit, coordination unit that really responds to the needs of that responsibility for coordination. And how do we bring on this space of coordination key stakeholders? We said the AUC at the continental level, plus, of course, the Pan-African Agency. How about other stakeholders? The CCD, the FAO, the other key stakeholders. I don't have to go through all of them, who have very clear roles and responsibilities and value addition to that role of coordination at the continental level. The same thing at the regional level. The issue of CG centers is also mentioned. So these key stakeholders, the role of donors at different levels. At the country level, what kind of coordination mechanism? How can we link this with the sub-regional? If there is a need, if there is going to be a value added at the sub-regional level. There is a REC and other, like SEALs and so on. And then at the continental level, how do we bring non-state actors into this coordination mechanism? Commensurate with their... So the function of this coordination is going to be, number one, it provides platform for consultation, for joint planning, for joint review, and, of course, resource mobilization. But then, at the national level, we are talking about multi-sectors. Yesterday, we were talking about Sudan. Is Sudan represented here? I was talking to the ambassador of Sudan yesterday. She was complaining why Sudan was not invited, even when they are part of this. And we were explaining what kind of difficulties we've been facing, between two ministerial bodies and so on. How do we coordinate? How do we help countries coordinate to bring together relevant ministerial, different sectors and different stakeholders in an inclusive process to support the implementation of the national action plan? I think we can only think of this if we have a framework. And that is what we're talking about, the result framework. The result framework, and with indicators. We have talked about common minimum denominator, but we should start from this, having developed this result framework for monitoring and evaluation, for tracking progress, but also to see how these different activities, set of activities, contribute towards the achievement of the bigger vision. It can be refined further, but I think that is something which is missing now. We don't have a result framework for Great Wall and a Great Wall for the Sahara inside. We don't. I cannot see it here. I mean, we should be coming up with that. I think the initial point, and this is our responsibility as a continental body entrusted with this, we should be coming up as a first step with having this result framework, which should be developed in a consultative process. Once we have that, then it also helps us define what kind of coordination we should be doing, how do we measure progress, where is the resource going to come from, what kind of forum, what kind of platforms are we going to put in place to enrich this process of consultation and review and joint planning and so on, bringing everybody together. And there is already a lesson from CADEP. We are doing this on a regular basis through the CADEP process. On CADEP, we have now National Agriculture, Food and Security Investment Plans, and our focus is geared at the moment to see how we can support the implementation of these plans at the country level. And there is a result framework for CADEP. So these are some of the, I think, the points that we can agree, if we may. Steve.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. To reinforce that point, and maybe to help kickstart this task, we can share with you our project documentation, program documentation for the Sahel and West Africa program in support of the Green Wall that the World Bank and the GEF financed. And it's $1.1 billion of new money. There are 12 country projects within that program, plus the regional knowledge hub that I told you about, BRICS. And 10 of the 12 projects are approved. 6 of the 12 projects are effective. That means they can spend money now. So the other 2 projects, Mauritania and one other country I can't remember, are being prepared right now. And we needed, because we were making a program, we had to put together some common denominator indicators. And we had to put together a coordination mechanism. But we specifically did not include political coordination at all. We left that for this group to discuss, and we will contribute all of this in service of that. And so we're focusing only on technical coordination, and we're working with SIL's Sahara and Sahel Observatory and IUCN to help us do that. So we're happy to blend this into the broader work. That was always the intent, that this is a kind of contribution from the World Bank and our partners to help do that. So when we prepared this program, Amami, Inez, Francois have all been, and FAO have been involved in many of these preparation meetings. So I'm happy to send that around to everybody. Also, we have a conference and launch for that program in Burkina Faso in March next year, March 19 to the 22nd. Our focus is going to be on technical services for projects on the ground. How to do land use planning, how to do monitoring and evaluation, what indicators are working, what indicators are not working for projects. And all 12 country teams will be there, the government teams and the bank teams, and just a few regional actors. So we'll be sending out selective invites. We'll have about 100 people there total. But again, the focus is on country services. Thanks.
Thank you, Steve, for that information. I'm sure that would be of great help, to develop some of these things. One thing I wanted to add, which I didn't, is this issue of having, the need to explore the possibility of coming up with a pooled resource. We mentioned multi-donor trust fund. And again, from experience, one of the advantages of having that kind of resources is that it would cater for supporting the coordination effort. The coordination effort at different levels. Coordination efforts of institutions at different levels. While the fact that there are going to be multitude of channels of funding the activities are there, I see strongly the need for having that kind of resource provision. The coordination work should be predictable. You know, it should be predictable. And some of the works, the tasks of coordination, the issue of monitoring and evaluation, the issue of consultations, the issue of lessons learning, facilitating lesson learning, mutual experiences, and so on and so on. This could be facilitated through that kind of funding. Whether or not the existing funds, the existing facilities can cater for that, we can discuss. So I'm not pushing for establishment of a brand new fund. No, that's not the issue. It's just to bring to the table whether the existing facilities that exist would cater for that kind of facility. This is the question. So do you see some wisdom in how I try to summarize the discussion and added a little bit some small points? Yes.
I think probably we should go through the idea of labelizing projects, because if we have some great indicators, and if we want, until now, as I forgot his name, said, if the Great Green Wall initiative has not been really a reality on the field except some few projects, maybe it's because the communities are not much involved and are not much aware. It needs a big sensitization. But why don't we think about a proactive a proactive work, making some great indicators and showing, okay, this project, if it promotes, I don't know, the cover, if it promotes the incomes of the farmers through the forest, through the wood and all activities, could be under the Great Green Wall, and all the projects together with a good methodology can make the Green Wall to be a reality at the end.
Thank you so much. In fact, I had forgotten to also reflect on what you had said earlier, to have some kind of stake-taking exercise of what exists on the ground. Let's not assume, and I'm sure you will agree with me, that the fact that we are talking about plans at the country level at the moment doesn't mean that work is not taking place. We are starting from zero. That is not true. And especially when we have defined the Great Green Wall for the Sahara and Sahel Initiative as a set of mosaic, activities building on the livelihoods of people and so on. So work has already been, taking place there. Yes, we should be in a position to take stock of what is happening on the ground. I also believe that this is going to be a mammoth task. Just think of any country and think of the kind of initiatives and activities that are taking place by different actors in just one country. and try to get a kind of census. It must be done somehow, but at the moment I don't think it will be easy to start from that. Through strengthening of the national level coordination, I think that could be one of the things which we can achieve if the country coordination mechanism can document, what institutions, based on a set of criteria, of course. We cannot say everything is going to be just put in a bag of GGWSI and say they contribute. That's not the objective. What is the criteria? How do we say, yes, this qualifies for this, and this contributes to that? This is one of the advantages of having the result framework. And when we have that result framework, of course, it will attract different actors now. They will see, they would want to see themselves reflected in that, to show how their contribution is making change and transformation possible. So I agree with you. It is a very desirable thing to do, but it would be difficult at the moment to start with enumeration of what activities exist in which country, by which actor, and so on. Maybe this is something which we will define as an activity for the coordination work in the future. But to start with that, it will be... I just want your support on this. Is it possible to do that? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to support this idea of labelization because I don't know if we have to call it labelization and if it's possible to do it now. But I think it's important to know what is the perimeter of what are we trying to coordinate? What are the projects that are in or out or contributing to the GGWSSI? Because I am thinking aloud here because we, GFAR, have been supporting the reform of the CJR, bringing the CJR into, and my colleague from ICRAF, made this point, bringing the CJR in cutting across activities. Currently, we have a CJR research program on agriculture, food security, and climate change, which is very active on climate change. We have others. We have a dryland system, CRP, very active in Western Central Africa. And the type of, I'm saying that because we have to move away also from the focus on finance. We are trying to look at it from a technical point of view. And we have currently a bulk of technical capacity at national, regional, international level in operating in the region. Are they, when they are working on climate change, climate smart agriculture issues, are they in the Sahel region? Are they part of this effort or are not they? I mean, the issue is, do we use all the capacities that we have to showcase the power of this initiative? Personally, I think they are part of this initiative. They don't know it because they have not been labelized. But they constitute a force. They are operating. They have agreement with the different national research institutions. They have been working with FARA. They are operating on the CADEPs, the NEPAD. So we should take also them as, and consider them as mechanism for implementing the objective of the Great Green Wall. So I'm saying we need to have this assessment of who is operating currently under the major objective of, it's not about providing them money because they have money, but it's assessing what is happening under the context of the GGWSSY. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Is there any other observation on this particular point? Yes, Vikinga.
Monsieur le Président, je voudrais dire...
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say an additional word concerning the feasibility of resource mobilization. In which partners could contribute, or to which partners could contribute. Let me just say from the outset that the mobilization of resources is something that should start out with ourselves. It is up to us to take stock of the existing situation, and we have to define how it is that financial resources could best contribute to the Great Green Wall. And there are resources. Let me take the case of the Commission of the African Union. It has a development bank, and we do have the representative here among us today. But there is an agricultural development regional fund, which it does include or does have some resources that could definitely be tapped into to finance the Great Green Wall. Unfortunately, these resources are underutilized. Again, within the Commission, there is a fund that has been set up for prevention and the management of natural disasters. We have the equivalent here in the Commission of ECOWAS. In other words, if we base our efforts on what already exists, then we will see that there are ways and means to mobilize resources internally in order to finance the Great Green Wall Initiative. Now, on top of those existing resources, I think that we could definitely appeal to contributions, to additional contributions. And in my opinion, they could come from member states, from donors, from bilateral or multilateral donors. But also, internationally, I know that there are foundations who work on issues of this nature. In other words, the fight against desertification and the fight against climate change. So these are additional possibilities. Your right-hand neighbor had asked, what kind of financial resources do we actually need? What types? Well, if we look at the nature of the Great Green Wall Initiative, I think that this requires a sort of financial resource and a certain mode of funding. In this case, I think that it would be a good idea to have long-term resources to be followed by resources that are mainly made up by subsidies at concessional rates. Otherwise, I think it would be very difficult to finance the Great Green Wall Initiative with resources with excessively high interest rates and to conditions other than concessional. From the point of view of functioning and operation, I think that we could ask the different contributors to accept to participate in this common basket, as we might call it. A common basket, which would be the framework bringing together all of the financial resources, of course, governed by very specific management rules, which would include audits and evaluations to make sure that everything is up and running in a satisfactory fashion. And to conclude, once again, let me say that all those who are involved in the management of these financial resources need to adopt a results-based management approach. So this is just some contributions I wanted to make to this discussion.
Thank you, Ms. Bekenga, for that contribution. Yes, Francis.
Thank you. I'd like to give some information concerning the indicators, what was mentioned before. When we prepared the regional strategy and we addressed this aspect, we realized that there were 5 areas where we were asked to identify indicators that would serve as a reference in terms of impact in particular. And these aspects were linked to improvements to the livelihoods of persons who are vulnerable to climate change and desertification, a loss of biodiversity. The second was maintaining or increasing the ecosystems, net primary productivity, enhancing carbon storage in the underground. The third aspect had to do with surface area, therefore ecosystems that are being sustainably managed and developed, and plant and animal biodiversity was also listed. We could have gone further, but the basic problem is that there are diverse initiatives also in other frameworks, such as CADAP and others. And therefore the African Union, in consultation with the with NEPAD, the coordination mechanism, and also the BRICS agencies, came to the idea that there's a need for joint efforts, and not efforts carried out by one institution or within one project, but there was a need to identify an instrument, something that could be used by all. And that's why it's very important to give this information. And it links back to what President Abede was talking about before.
Thank you so much. I just heard the translator addressing me as President Abebe. This is the first time that I have heard my name. It sounds nice, huh? Yeah. Well, thank you, Francois. Now, on the need for making an assessment of what exists on the ground, I think we agree. I mean, there should be that kind of information. I thought if we can develop a very robust result framework, that would naturally attract those initiatives. That was the approach I was trying to push. When you have that kind of framework, result framework for the Great Green Wall for the Sahara and Sahel initiative, and inviting all relevant stakeholders to see how they can see themselves within that, then that they would come forward to say that, yes, this is what we are doing, this is how we want to see our contribution captured, and so on and so on. And therefore we would have an opportunity to really map them out. But let's agree that this should be one result area, an area, a work stream that we need to be doing as part of the coordination effort, to at least identify the major players on the ground. I think this is very important. The different institutions, at least the major institutions playing, who have already tasked with this responsibility, for example, of communication. Steve was talking about communication, knowledge, and so on. I think we can bank on those arrangements already, on those capacities. There is no need to reinvent the wheel. And it means this kind of approach will bring together, naturally, these different key institutions in a kind of forum. At the moment, for this particular project, which we have been implementing, we have a steering committee, as you know. And this steering committee, the membership is drawn from key institutions plus the focal units from implementing partners at the country level. But when we decide, when we define this result framework, we should be also thinking of a governance arrangement. A governance arrangement that supports this coordination work and ensuring that the set of activities and outputs in the results framework, the result chain, is achieved. So we have to agree that there should be some kind of governance arrangement defined, bringing together these key players. The resource mobilization, it requires a resource mobilization strategy. Once we have the technical elements, that's why I agree with the GFAR colleague who said that the starting point is not the money. The starting point is the technical issues, the content. So once we really have that, then we can use with a very clear resource mobilization strategy. Resource mobilization strategy for what? To support implementation at the country level, we have to support those efforts first and foremost, but also to support the other work streams, communication, the knowledge coordination, the initiatives that involve several countries, lessons learning, and so on. So I think the other work stream, therefore, is going to be to really come up with a robust mobilization, resource mobilization strategy. Is there anything else that's left, Tapsoba? Yes. EU is going to now say, they are going to pledge now.
I think we pledged. We pledged already some time ago. I just want, I'm hearing all these discussions about the result framework, resource mobilization, the role of different partners, but all the issues we're discussing, they're all here in the harmonized strategy. They're all here. Everything is mentioned here, but it's not sufficiently articulated. But we have, I think, a very important starting point, which is the strategy. The strategy was approved, I don't remember, was it a year, 2 years ago?
In January this year.
January this year. So perhaps it's time to do an assessment of the implementation of the strategy, and then we can address all these points there and come up with a result framework and come up with, all these different aspects that we need more fine-tune, more detail. I just wanted to read a sentence also that is in the strategy, so I'm not inventing anything. It says, because of the political leadership of the African Union Commission is recognized by all, this institution is responsible for clarifying terms of reference and establishing a coherent continental institutional system to implement the Great Green Wall. So there's even a call here very clearly for the AUC to take a lead to establish this. So my suggestion would be, let's not in this moment, but let's maybe organize a workshop or something to assess the status of the strategy and provide all the missing elements that are still there, including a suggested governance system for the initiative.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ilijo, for making reference to that. Well, of course, this is the first meeting of these big stakeholders, and it was very important that we build consensus around it, despite the fact that we have that kind of mandate. As I was trying to say, we have the mandate from the Commission to provide that kind of coordination. But I think it is very important also to stress on the fact that, yes, we have the strategy, but we need to really come up with that framework. It's very important. And the basis for that workshop you are now proposing even could be to further refine that draft framework, which is consistent with the strategy. It's not to reinvent the wheel. Okay, any other points? This group seems to be very efficient, and are we satisfied with what we have said? Yeah? Rapporteurs, can you help us capture some of the conclusions, please? I think that is a fair proposal, because now is 15 past noon, and this group work was supposed to have continued even after lunch until 3 o'clock. It seems we have covered quite a bit in a very short period of time, so it means we have more time. So let's give the rapporteurs time to really formulate the report for us. If we can meet like at 2:30 briefly, so that they can share with us what they have put together, and then we will agree on our report by the time we come back at 3:30 after coffee. 3:30, then we will have our report shared with the bigger group. Is it agreed? 2:30 is fine? So immediately after lunch, we will. Yes, thank you so much. And bon appétit à tout le monde. Good afternoon. May we draw your attention, please? I hope members of the working group B are in the room, as we had agreed before lunch. We are going to have a short presentation of a summary of the discussions, and I would like to invite Francois to help us go through those findings very, very briefly, please. Is it Francois? Yeah? Okay.
Let me accept. No. Let me accept. No. Let me accept this tracking instead. Okay. You sure? Is there? Good afternoon. So this is the result of working group 2, and this is what your rapporteurs have been able to put together. I think, and the idea is a draft so far. So the reason for presenting it is to get it finalized with your consent, with your input. If we feel that anything that we have discussed is not captured, or what we have. Anyway, we wanted to say that this is a faithful presentation of what we discussed in the group. From the explanations from the chairperson, followed by the questions, and also followed by the responses we had from the AU side and also from the various partners. We have we sort of put it into 3 main categories in terms of the group work. The first one is issues dealing with coordination, because this is actually the main assignment for the group. How do we improve coordination? What mechanisms can we think about? But of course, as a way of explanation, and given the status quo, what is currently available on the ground, we are informed that through the various AU decisions, the Commission has been mandated to coordinate and support the implementation of the Great Green Wall, which has been recognized as a continental flagship program. So there is some element of coordination already in place. What is key now is how do we strengthen, enhance that coordination to be more inclusive. As part of that effort of coordination, by January next year, there is going to be a full-time coordinator at the level of the Commission who will be charged with the activities regarding coordination, building partnership, supervisory role in support of the regs, in support of the member states, and then and all other partners involved. This man or this woman will be within the Climate Change and Desertification Unit, which is already operational at the level of the Commission. We are still on coordination at the regional level also for some years now, because I think already we have had several meetings of the steering committee. There is a steering committee in place, drawing its membership from participating countries in the Great Green Wall. The regional economic committees in this area, in this regard, mainly ECOWAS, IGAD, and to some extent Sensat, but also the ICAS, Central Africa, because Chad is also part of this program. We are also, in this steering committee, we have a strong participation of the specialized institutions like SILS, like ICPAC, like COMIFAC, and others. We have farmers' organizations like PAFO, Pan-African Farmers Organization. The CSOs, Emmanuel and others are here, the DryNet, the RADO, and the other one. So they are all part of this. Our development partners, FAO, the Global Mechanism, the World Bank, the EU, and all the rest of ICRAF as well. They are all part of this steering committee. This committee meets annually to review progress and also look at the reports that are being prepared for submissions to the AU Assembly, because we are mandated by some decisions to report on a regular basis on the progress of implementation of the initiative. As part of enhancing the coordination mechanisms, of course, the Commission, and I'm sure together with all of you here, support the idea of strengthening the participation of all relevant partners in the various coordination mechanisms in place. This could be at the national level, with multilateral partners at national level, not just National Steering Committee, but it's also good to involve partners at the national level, sovereign level, and also at the regional level. So we believe that we have that common vision of opening the space, opening the room, and allowing a broader participation of all relevant stakeholders. Again, in pursuit regarding coordination, in pursuant to the AU Assembly decision which mandates the Commission to support the Pan-African Agency in resource mobilization, we have started working on modalities of how do we collaborate with the agency in supporting it to mobilize resources. We are in communication with the agency. The agency is now moved to Nouakchott in Mauritania, but nonetheless we are in touch, and then we are aiming at developing sort of a common framework in support of the efforts of the agency to mobilize resources. At the national level, also because coordination is cuts across the whole strata of the program, at national level, it is recognized that there is still a need for enhanced coordination between various concerned ministries, CSOs, and then community-based organizations and local and non-state actors. The group also, the working group 2, also reflected on the need for donor and technical financial partners to align their support to GGSSI, national programs and actions, portfolios developed already at the national level. So the call here now is to make this urgent appeal to donors and technical partners to incorporate, to align whatever they are doing. We would prefer that these are aligned with actually what prevails at the national level in terms of their priorities and actions, so that we have that complementarity, we avoid duplication of efforts. It is also imperative from the point of view of the group that the GGSSI implementation is synergized with existing programs and activities at national and regional levels. We don't want to operate in isolation, we don't want to operate in silos, but we want to extend our hands to all relevant stakeholders in the landscape. Therefore, as our colleague from the SOS International was advocating for the need for a kind of an inventory of who is where in our space, so that we can reinforce our cooperation, we can avoid duplication. And then I just added this as one of these many programs or interventions that we might not be aware of. The Footajalon Highland Integrated Natural Resource Management Program is could be one of these. This covers about 8 West African countries, and then about 4 of the major rivers in West Africa draw their sources from this water tower of West Africa. So it's quite an important intervention. in terms of natural resource management in West Africa. So I think it makes a good sense for us to cooperate and collaborate with this program. And this is also funded or implemented by the same agencies involved. AU is there, FAO is there, JEF is there, UNEP is there. So it's still the same partners, but in different programs. So why not enhance the synergy between these programs? In the area of resource framework, you remember I said that we have structured the presentation into 3 main areas: coordination. Now we are going into the resource framework. This was a suggestion by the chair that it would be good for the group to discuss the possibility of putting in place a result framework that is very useful in ensuring better coordination, transparency, accountability, mutual reporting, mutual responsibility. So the group agreed on the idea for a robust result framework with clear governance arrangement, because yes, it's a good framework, but we should be clear as to the governance aspect of the framework. That can help to define the role of each stakeholder, and it would serve as the basis for monitoring our progress as we go in the years to come in the implementation, in the efforts to mobilize resources, and also to ensure mutual accountability for our individual actions, our individual pledges towards the implementation of the program. The second bullet point under the result framework talks about the need to have a certain set of a common indicator elaborated within this framework, which would support planning, and also it would review the progress of implementation of all partners. So we need a kind of some commonly agreed indicators, that will help us to monitor how far or how well we've been doing in the area of implementation. It was highlighted that the regional harmonized strategy, which we talked about yesterday as one of the key output of our efforts in the last few years, could serve as the basis for development of such a result framework. And then the Commission is invited to convene a workshop to facilitate such a process. We know that not everybody is familiar with this result framework, so I think the Commission is taking up on herself to facilitate the group so that we get a bit more oriented. We will contact our partners in Addis to see how we can come together in support of the group. I mean the partnership on the Great Green Wall to enhance our capacity, our understanding of this result framework. This workshop could also be used to assess the implementation of the regional harmonized strategy. Anyway, yesterday we presented it, and I think we received very positive comments on that. So the last part is the resource mobilization. And we talk about coordination mechanisms. We talk about the new idea of putting in place a result framework. Now we are talking about resource mobilization. This is to ensure predictable funding, a better coordination, and a kind of a teamwork, focusing in the key areas of capacity building, enhancing coordination, improving communication, our visibility. We have to tell our story. I think many people in the group talked about that. We must tell our story. We cannot rely on other people to tell our story. So we should be willing and able to tell our own story, which is so far very good. And then monitoring and evaluation. It was also in the group that discussed that a proposal was put on the table. Why don't we sort of explore, discuss the idea of setting a multi-donor trust fund? This is going to be a kind of a pool resource into which stakeholders, partners would be expected to put part of their commitment as a common pool, and this resource could be used to support various activities at various levels, national and regional levels. But and then that will be a very good idea in terms of ensuring predictable funding that can go into the financing of concrete activities at regional and national level. And then we have a similar structure for CADEP, so we are not operating in a vacuum. We have already some experience with a similar approach. So if this is agreeable to the larger group, I think this is one area that we can make very quick advance in terms of putting that in place, because it's just a matter of learning or borrowing and adapt, of course, what is there in place for CADEP. Probably I am nearing the last one. Okay, this one. Again, as I mentioned before, the efforts should be made to improve communication and cooperation between the GGSSI focal institutions and other projects financed by other donors. Yes, we have focal institutions, focal points in the 13 countries that are active in the Great Green Wall area. But we have also in the same countries similar projects, either financed by the World Bank through the SAWAP, or maybe through the Terra Africa SLM, or in Ethiopia several other in Norwegians and other bilateral donors. So we need to support in the area of strengthening cooperation and communication between these two. So that, because normally I think it's not a question of lack of resources. There is a lot of resources in one sector, but there is none or very little in the other area. So we need to really help that kind of spirit of collaboration between the various institutions at the national level, so that whatever resource is there can be used for advancing or reaching the ultimate objective, that is sustainable land management. Yeah, so that brings us to the end of the presentation, and as I said, it is so far a draft of what we think you have said and then agreed on. So it is open for your comments, and then the chair is here, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Almami. Is there any misrepresentation? Has he added something which we, or has he written something which we haven't said? Is there any correction to be made? Because this is the purpose. We want to validate, have all we have said been incorporated. Is there anything that is missing? We have said something and it has not been captured. Yes, Iloju.
Thank you. Just perhaps in the paragraph on the multi-donor, you said the possibility of a multi-donor trust fund. Perhaps we could reflect that this could coexist with other sources of funding. So it is clear that we're not proposing that all funding for the initiative goes through MTTF, but just as an additional funding mechanism.
Okay. Yeah, that is very clear. So that we are not sending the wrong impressions that we are proposing pooled resources only. No, that's not the idea. In fact, this is on top of other options to allow for flexibility. That was, I wouldn't even foresee that it would be the biggest. It would be one of the smallest options. But it's a very good point. Any other?
I think that the first idea is to reflect on the possibility of this multi-donor trust fund to ensure predictable funding for regional activities like capacity building, communication, visibility, and so on. It's not for the the implementation of projects on the ground, but to have predictable funding for some activities, as mentioned at the beginning of the sentence.
Okay. So, Chair, you say what? Funding for. Predictable funding for. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Any other missed point? Yes, sir.
I would like to speak in French.
Yeah, of course.
Can I go?
Yeah.
Si la question du leadership est bien clarifiée dans le rapport,
There is interpretation? Not yet. Are they there? Yeah, go ahead. I think
ok. Si la question du leadership est bien clarifiée dans notre rapport, notamment du rôle de la Commission de l'Union africaine, la question relative à l'administration de la ressource qui sera mobilisée n'est pas réglée dans notre rapport. Dès que la ressource est mobilisée, comment est-ce que cette ressource-là atteint les projets à la base? Ce n'est pas réglé dans notre rapport. Est-ce que la ressource, les communautés à la base, comment est-ce que les communautés à la base accèdent? Quel est le mode d'administration de la ressource qui sera mobilisé? Je pense que notre rapport n'a pas réglé ça. Et je pense que c'est la question essentielle. Ce n'est pas seulement de mobiliser, mais c'est de voir comment est-ce qu'on administre la ressource qui est mobilisée pour que ça puisse aller sur le terrain. Est-ce que ça se fait de l'Union, de la Commission, d'où est-ce que comment ça transite? Je crois qu'il faut que le rapport soit suffisamment clair là-dessus. Ça peut être une motivation dans la mobilisation de ressources et dans la mobilisation des partenaires techniques et financiers. Merci beaucoup.
To mobilize are going to be effectively used and managed. I think something like that. Okay. Then we can put a third bullet point here to reflect that the need for putting in place a robust resource management mechanism to enhance transparency and accountability as a bullet point.
But this is not coherent with the first point, because we are not speaking about resources mobilized for activities on the ground, but enabling activities. Because if you remember, when we spoke about resource mobilization, people like those of World Bank and others said, we have enough resources. There is a lot of resources. Before speaking about resources to be mobilized, let's speak about what to do with. And what is here is just for the enabling environment or the regional activities. It's not the idea you put forward in the discussion saying that the regional development banks should be the manager of the funds, because there is no idea again now for a multi-donor trust fund for all the activities. This is not the case anymore. But if the group agrees, we can put this, but it's not reflected in the report.
Anyway.
La question que... Voilà.
Yeah. But, yes, Egypt.
Yes, maybe I didn't notice this during the discussion, but the idea of the multi-donor trust fund is a little bit vague for me. How I just have some question about how it will be managed, who will manage it, what is the mechanism of finances from donors to this fund. So if just you can put some more information about this issue in the summary here.
To give you an example of CADEP, you know, for CADEP, they have this multi-donor trust fund, but then this is basically managed on behalf of CADEP by the World Bank. So all the contributions are put in that fund at the World Bank, and then at the level of the Commission, at the unit dealing with CADEP. So they will prepare their budget, their activities, and then cost that activities, and then make a submission to the World Bank on quarterly basis, I think. So then every 3 months, every 4 months, they will make a submission, then of course accompanied by a detailed report of what has been implemented in the last 3 months, and then a full report, and then make a request for additional disbursement from the World Bank to the African Union account, which they can access for the next coming 3 months or 4 months. So normally that trust fund is with the World Bank. Then, according to activities approved with the budget, then the money is transferred to the AU account. But it is managed largely by the World Bank. Francois, you want to add something?
Just to say that people can, in a way, make proposals to improve the report.
Yeah. No, it's fine. But I think his idea there, you know, we are talking about if at the end of the day we are able to sell this idea of a multi-donor trust fund, so yes, his issue becomes relevant. What are the accountability measures we're going to put in place? Because that is going to endanger and engender kind of trust and confidence building. You know, if the donors believe that we have a transparent, a robust system of control, I think that would be a great motivation for people to put their resources into that trust fund. So I think his idea is important here.
No, I think my problem is not the problem of governance.
Yeah.
My problem is how we monitoring these resources that we mobilize to come to go to the ground. This is my question.
Yeah.
I think this point is not well raised in our report.
Okay. Now you help
I
us
think it is also the condition of resource mobilization.
Yeah. But then, yeah, you can write a proposition in French and give it to Francois. You put it in English. We put it here. Yeah, please. Yeah. The CSO.
Akan, je peux? Je pense que ce que I don't know.
Il n'y a pas de traduction. Hein.
Je pense que ce qu'il est en train de dire ne va pas rentrer dans le cadre de notre groupe de travail. Parce que c'est d'indiquer le chemin à suivre pour l'administration de ces fonds. Je crains fort que d'autres groupes, si on glisse sur ce terrain, on ne veuille indiquer aussi le chemin à suivre pour la mise en œuvre des activités. Je crois qu'il y a un certain nombre de prérogatives qui ne sont pas de notre groupe. C'est de mon point de vue. Maintenant, nous devons en tout cas nous assurer que le mécanisme, comme nous avons demandé, le mécanisme de mobilisation de ressources soit suffisamment attrayant pour qu'on puisse
en tout cas mettre à la disposition de la Grande Muraille et de l'initiative suffisamment de ressources. Merci.
Yeah, I understand. Fine. Elijah, is this fine?
I don't know, I think it's a little bit confusing.
It's a bit confusing, huh? Because it said,
Why don't you just, in the beginning of the paragraph, you say, in addition to the existing sources of funds at national, regional level, etc., to ensure predictability, blah, 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 there is a need to reflect on the possibility of a multi-donor trust fund, following the same modality of CADEP, for example. It's just simply an option, an additional option.
yeah. So you said in addition?
In addition to the existing sources of fund at national, at regional level,
At national levels?
so to ensure further predictability further predictable funding, etc., etc., and all the rest, and then delete and in addition, which is after the monitor evaluation.
Okay. And the end, eh? This one. Is this fine now? Existing. Sources, no, sorry. Sorry. I think it's fine. Anyway.
Yes, sorry, if you can go back, because I'm not sure how did you reflect the issue of the common denominator, which I think was very strong in our discussion. My observation there would be that the result framework is more to be able to monitor and evaluate, well, for two things, to monitor and evaluate the different actions under the Green Wall Initiative, but also to establish, to help identify this common denominator. But it's not so much the result framework to help define the role of each stakeholder. That, for me, is part of the governance, not necessarily coming out of the result framework. I think the result framework is more on a technical level.
Now, can you make a proposal, a statement, and then also you tell us where you think it fits?
My suggestion will be in the second paragraph to say this result framework and a set of common indicators elaborated within this framework could provide a common denominator for all projects to be considered under the Green Wall and could support joint planning and review blah, 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 for all partners. And a set of common indicators elaborated within this framework could provide a common denominator. No, that will come after. Common denominator to define interventions which are under the Green Wall or which are part of the. Yeah.
Any other inputs? Any other input? I don't see any. Yes.
Quelqu'un avait parlé excusez-moi, des projets de faire la situation des projets et en cours ou passé qui contribuent à l'initiative. Je ne sais pas si cette partie a été prise en compte. Je n'ai pas vu ça. D'accord, merci. Je m'excuse.
Go for coffee break now? Yeah. Thank you for your cooperation. Thanks. So, Almami, I let it directly.
Very good. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Very good. We are very anxious to hear from the results of the working group that will be the main product of these meetings as a follow-up in the legacy that we have for the actions that will guide our work after the forum. So, without further ado, we did the famous quindici accademico. That's for those who are not in Italian or familiar with the Italian quindici accademico. Normally students wait for 15 minutes. If the teacher doesn't show up, they go. So before people start going, we close the quindici accademico, waiting for the colleagues, and we invite the groups to present. We can go in order, alphabetical order, or is it Group A ready? Or the Group A that deal with the OASIS issues, would you like to report to us? It's a 3:45, and we have to close presentations and debate by 5, when we start the closing ceremony sharply at 5. So let's try to be efficient in terms of our time on the presentations to make sure that we have sufficient time for complementarity and debates. So over to you, sir, on the Working Group A, OASIS across the Maghreb and the Sahel. How to support sustainable natural resource management in this unique ecosystem.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We're going to present the conclusions of this workshop A2. So 2 of us will be presenting workshop A, and my colleague from Chad is co-presenting this with me. The theme was between the Maghreb and the Sahel, OASIS, how to support sustainable management of these natural resources in this unique ecosystem. We've tried to make this as lively as possible, and I hope you have some attention remaining. OASIS are perhaps a kind of Great Green Wall already, a mosaic of development ecosystems which we've inherited from history. You see this map of oases, and it looks like you already have a Great Green Wall in the north and the south of Sahara. Everywhere you have oases. We believe, in fact, that these ecosystems where there's been development are ecosystems that must be taken into account by the Great Green Wall Initiative. Are oases a development asset? Well, first and foremost, these are 3-level intensively cultivated areas with palm trees, vegetables, etc. They're a very effective system. They're in a desert environment with technical expertise in the management of water and rare resources, which must be taken into account. Many people think that oases are natural, but in fact it's not true. It's men and women like you and me who've created these systems in order to live there. So these are real life support systems which have existed for hundreds or even thousands of years. They have been established on the trans-Saharan trade routes. So another reference to the Great Green Wall. They're not just placed anywhere. They have come into existence where there have been links between north and the south of the Sahara and between the east and the west of the Sahara. So they have a history which must be taken into account in the Great Green Wall Initiative. These they are balanced also in terms of social, ecological, and economic constructions, which are very strict. What does this mean exactly? To build this kind of thing in a desert environment, everything has to be properly understood and regulated. Ecological issues such as management of water, land, of plant coverage, links between pastoralism and crop growing. All of this adheres to strict rules, and all this has been done in a human social environment. So the oasis culture is very much impregnated with the principles of sustainable development. Oases are refuges, place of refuge, a place for exchanges, for agricultural production, a stopover point, and a symbol as well. I think you find in literature, in religion, monotheistic religions, in Christianity, Islam, you find oasis as a place of rest and happiness. So there is the symbolism you find across all oases. And I think the symbolic aspect is also a very powerful vector in order to transform the vision that societies have of their own development. So let's take advantage of this symbolism of these oases in the Great Green Wall, the assets of the oasis area. Historically, this is the Trans-Saharan link, a strong part of Saharan identity. In heritage terms, these are ingenious systems in global agricultural heritage. We've used these terms because there is a Department of FAO which deals with this ingenious global agricultural heritage system. There's not just oases. There are terraces for crops in the Andes, for rice growing in Asian countries, but also oases. So the international community has, in fact, already acknowledged the added value of these ecosystems. The economic assets, these contribute to food security in the region. A few years ago, I was in Morocco. I worked in the south of Morocco, and there had been a very poor harvest in the north of Morocco, and it was the south of Morocco, particularly the oasis areas, which had very significant harvests. On the contrary, also in terms of security, this is an asset because this keeps people in place. It acts as a kind of magnet, and these people act as sentinels in these areas. It's very important because abandoned areas, as we know, we've seen this recently in certain countries, if areas are abandoned, then a lot of insecurity develops. Ecological engineering, I've already talked about this. There's the oasis effect, palm trees, fruit trees, vegetable growing, and the filtering of the sun's rays that creates an excellent environment for growth of other plants. When there's not much water, you just have a green stain on the landscape, but when there's a lot of water, then this extends over a great area, and people are very good at using rainwater to cultivate areas which increase the oasis area by 5 or 6 times. It's what we call oasis breathing, which takes advantage of rainfall to extend the surface area, and this in turn leads to resilience. What are the constraints for these areas? We've seen climate change, a scarcity of water emerging, also urban competition for this area, because people are starting to build in oasis areas. Historically, that was prohibited. There's also changes in lifestyles and consumption patterns. Oasis production has less value. These areas are often isolated, cut off, and remote. There's an issue of access. People living in oasis shouldn't feel that they're too far removed from development centers. Sometimes happens in Europe too. In a small village, you often get the feeling that you're a long way off from the big lights and development. There's also the splitting up of land, dividing up of land. You see this over time, across generations. You end up with very small plots. You have people who own palm trees, people who own water rights, and people who own bits of land. So if there's not some kind of public policy some legal component to solve this problem, then things become complicated. Oases have also been abandoned by public authorities in most countries. The efforts have been made to ensure that there are schools and healthcare. And the greatest cause of migration, well, often we think it's the issue of income generation, but it's not just that. Studies have shown that migration is mostly driven by women who are heads of households who don't see any future prospects because there are no schools to send their children to and there's no healthcare. So that needs to be acted upon as well. There's also a plundering of natural resources in oases. We've seen this in Morocco, but also elsewhere. Certain palm trees are being removed to go to villas. It's a symbol of well-being. And there's also a draining of the workforce. The male workforce often leaves, young men, and many young people in oasis areas are just thinking about one thing. They want to leave, to go to the capital or go elsewhere. So here are the extents, here are the constraints, of oasis areas. And many of these are linked to public policies. These are things which are not in the hands of oasis dwellers themselves. I'll now give the floor to Colette for the proposal side. Thank you, Patrice. From our discussions, we saw several proposals. These are listed in terms of national and regional level. Firstly, we propose the incorporation of the oasis component into the Great Green Wall and national Great Green Wall action plans. We also said that we need to take into account oases in national public development policies in line with the three Rio Conventions, because in oases you have market gardening, for example, which is adapted to climate change. You can also bring about biodiversity restoration and combat desertification. Thanks to oases, we also believed it was necessary to develop a South-South cooperation project which could be funded through the Great Green Wall. The establishment of databases of existing knowledge and complementary studies on the oasis system, including the issue of land, which pertains to oases in the Sahara and the Sahel. We've also proposed concrete types of intervention at local level, involving rehabilitation and restoration of natural resources and their production capacity. And as far as these activities go, we can talk about dune fixing, planting palm trees, building wells, or developing market gardening areas. We also referred to obtaining a better value from the existing production chains, involving training in processing and marketing. There are also activities such as tourism and making good use of natural and cultural heritage in these areas. In addition, improving living standards of people living in these areas to avoid migration that Patrice was referring to before. This is linked to food security. This also involves access to basic social services that keeps people there, and access to productive work. One proposal also concerns best practices in terms of natural resource management, actions related to training in management, sharing of best practices, and capitalizing and pooling experiences. We also didn't forget the cross-cutting actions, such as capacity building for actors in oasis, local authorities, associations, communities, among others. And last but not least, the issue of gender, which is primordial in oasis areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the rapporteurs and for the working group as a whole for a very comprehensive and precise set of recommendations and actions to follow on how to support sustainable natural resource management in the oasis. And I think I would like to open the floor for other members of the group if you want to complement, which in my opinion was already a very comprehensive presentation, for the participants of the group, if there would be something else to report. Francois, I see your hand. Almami, there you are. Okay, you're welcome. Please be brief, okay? We have to be fair with the other groups that are coming. So we want to close this group by 6:50, by 4:15.
This is the work.
Oh, you are moving already to the other group.
This is the working group too, huh? So
Oh, so wait, I thought it was a comment on the group one. Sorry, I'm moving behind. I would like to know if sorry for that. You're welcome to stay with us at the podium, but I would like to know if there is any comment at this stage from the work group A that presented on the oasis from the non-group participants. Yes, I have a hand over there. You identify yourself, please, for our benefit.
Yeah, I'm Eric Patrick from IFAD. I've got a question whether you discussed, unless maybe I missed something, the concept of artificial oases. Because, as we know that in Algeria and other places, even in southern Tunisia, there's one or two. The government in the past has attempted, for one reason or another, to rehabilitate or create oases. Is this an option? Also, if we think about the use of the term oasis metaphorically, I mean, there have been some interesting examples I'm aware of where service centers have been promoted in key locations in Sahelian environments, for example, to try to sort of catch people from falling out of a pastoral existence during droughts. I'm thinking of the Manaka project in Mali, for example, by World Vision, which was cut short because of a rebellion, but it was an interesting experience. So I'm wondering if we're thinking about oases in too narrow a sense, in the existing traditional date growing, etc., oases, and what are the putting it in a broader context? Could it be seen as more relevant?
Thank you. May we collect some more comments if there are any before the rapporteurs? Mukhtar, I see your hand over there.
Yeah, it's a quick question, just to know if the group have touched on the plant biodiversity of the oasis.
Plant biodiversity?
Yeah.
Any other comment I see from Dr. Guillet?
No, I think that maybe I've missed a point, but I wonder whether a reference can be made to the potential use of the process of the Grand Muraille to facilitate the concept of the ecosystem concept in oasis, which will entail involving more than one country or more than one district in the management of an oasis, considering that the water source of the oasis might derive from very far areas, usually out of the administrative capacities of the local people who deal with the local oasis. So maybe the Great Green Wall process can facilitate tackling the oasis issue not only at a local level but at a more at transboundary level, be it administrative boundary within a country or also between countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe last one if we have one. Otherwise, I would pass for the group members If someone, the rapporteurs, would like to address, we have 3 questions that made to the group. I mean, it's not for you to answer on behalf of the group, as it would open a discussion, but just to know if the group has discussed the issue, how you approach them, and what would be the point that we could raise for our conclusions, if they change what has been said so far, or if they complement it.
The questions raised are supplements, as it were. For us, oases delineate a territory. We haven't just limited ourselves to the oasis as an ecosystem, but taking into account the entire territory. And the resources, water resources, are, of course, a very important component. With regard to the creation of new oases, we did not talk about this, but experience that we're aware of thus far is not really very conclusive in terms of what's been achieved. What we do think, however, is that we need to give thought to the development of traditional oasis systems. What we did discuss in the group is that it's not a matter of just reproducing a tradition, but being innovative and developing further. And for that purpose, oases must be part of a process where public authorities, public policies have a role to play. With regard to the other issues on biodiversity and artificial oases, do you want to address those issues? Well, artificial oases, as I just said, that's an issue that we didn't discuss very much. For the time being, the experiences have not been very conclusive. In the south of Tunisia, those ones there were really taking a long time to develop, although these were experiments really to make use of the territory near border areas with a massive investment on the part of the government, but also meaning that people had to go and settle there and become oasis dwellers without really being oasis dwellers at the outset. We don't have much experience, or at least much feedback, in order to be able to really pass judgment. The other oases, development of oases in terms of establishing new crops or palm groves, well, that does raise a problem. We've seen in Morocco palm groves established upstream between the source of water and the traditional oasis. But oases are generally fed by gravity-based irrigation, and that was draining water for the oasis. We didn't talk a lot about these experiences in the group, but you have to be very cautious with regard to this kind of experience. Investment in new oasis must really take into account what already exists. I think that's the basic precept. Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the group who'd like to field these questions? Very quickly, please, because we would like to move on to the others. Just like to react quickly to the questions on biodiversity that was taken into account. This is an area where the Rio Conventions for biological diversity, combating desertification, and adaptation to climate change, well, these are very much taken into account. Oasis ecosystems. This was taken into account as part of the oasis space. You've got the ecosystem, and then you've got this general space with its resources, which needs to be taken into account. It's the regional dimension of space, and the relationship between the oasis ecosystem and the pastoral aspect, agro-pastoralism, that is taken into account in the cross-cutting dimension of our proposals. There are two types of proposal. There are the cross-cutting ones to strengthen exchanges, interaction in the region, in addition to the concrete actions that the colleagues referred to. Is it okay for those who ask the questions? I think with those explanations we have covered all aspects as raised, and I think in view of the time, did you have some questions, sir? Would you like to add something? You're a member of the group? No, I wasn't a member of the group. Just one small point. I don't know all Oasis, but I'd like to know if you can do some kind of assimilation, that is, consider the populations of Oasis in the same way, or considering on the same level as indigenous peoples. If you can make that kind of analysis, then you can find concrete responses, because you know how indigenous people have been taken on board with regard to climate and environmental issues. Is it possible to make such a comparison between Oasis dwellers and indigenous peoples? That's very much linked to the social aspect of Oasis. I don't think we can really discuss this at any length. Does someone want to address that particular issue, just in 1 minute? Otherwise, I suggest that we move on and take on board the information we've had, including the comments that have been made.
I'm not an expert. I would say the analogies are possible, but it's difficult for me to say that it should be a recommendation in your particular question. So we move ahead. I would just like to have a round of applause for the work of the group. And invite the working group B, what's the most appropriate partners coordination mechanism to put in place in support of the African Union Commission, efforts to mobilize resources for implementation of the Great Green Wall plans and programs. You have the floor, sir.
Yes, good afternoon again. In order to deal with this assignment, the chair of the group, in cooperation with the organizers, formulated a set of 4 questions to guide the group in addressing this issue of appropriate coordination mechanisms. So the 4 questions were, what are the existing mechanisms on which we can build for enhanced coordination of efforts? So that question is relating to coordination. The second one asks, how could these existing mechanisms be further strengthened to be more effective? Again, on coordination. The third question asks the group members to deliberate on whether with the formulation and adoption of a result framework for GSSI, which has a clearly defined result chain and respective institutional roles and responsibilities at all levels. The question was, would you recommend to put in place a result framework mechanism for the GSSI? The last one tasked the group members to look into the possibility regarding resource mobilization, the possibility of putting in place a multi-donor trust fund in support of the Great Green Wall. So one is on coordination. We have 2 questions relating to coordination, and then the third question relating to this new idea of a result framework. And then the fourth question explores the possibility of putting in place a multi-donor trust fund. And then these are the results on the screen of the group. Regarding coordination, already we had a very enriched debate, discussion on what prevails currently on the ground. What are the coordination mechanisms we have currently? And then from the intervention of the chair of the group, he threw a lot of light on what actually is the current situation. One is already through the various summit decisions of the African Union, the Commission, which is the Secretariat, has been mandated to coordinate and support the implementation of GGSSI. And this program is one of the flagship programs of the Secretariat. Also, next month, we're going to be joined by the full-time coordinator for the GGSSI. So the Commission has already recruited a coordinator who will be joining the Commission next month to take full responsibility of the coordination, partnership, resource, and all other activities that relate to this initiative. So this coordinator will be part of our team working in the climate change and desertification unit, which is already operational at the level of the Commission. So he will be part of that unit at the Commission. Also, at the regional level, still on coordination mechanism already existing, we have a steering committee in place now for some years now. I think we already have about 2-3 sessions of the steering committee, and this committee draws its memberships from all relevant stakeholders, regional, national, sub-regional, CSOs, farmer organizations, our specialized institutions, and also our development partners. So this committee meets annually. Of course, depending on resource availability, we've been meeting mainly once a year because of resource constraints, but it's quite functional, and we are planning one very soon in the first quarter of 2014. The group also discussed, and then the Commission, of course, lended its support to that idea, that there is need to strengthen the participation of all relevant partners in the various coordination mechanisms, be at national level, where you have national committees involving the relevant stakeholders at the national level, the various ministries, sectoral ministries, community-based organizations, and also at the regional level, we have a steering committee, the various platforms that are linked with the initiative. So we need to really enlarge the space for this group. And also, in our obligation to implement the summit decision, which mandates the Commission to lend support to the Pan-African Agency. Our chair explained that the Pan-African Agency is an institution of a sub-regional institution, censored. But what the Commission has been asked to do is to support this agency in its efforts to mobilize resources. And then we are really working on that. We already have draft modalities in place on how we're going to cooperate in resource mobilization purposely for the agency. At the national level, again, it is recognized that there is still need for enhanced coordination between the various concerned ministries. In many of our countries and institutions, we have a lot of compartmentalization, and we operate in silos, so we need really to put a lot of efforts in this area so that we can work in a more synergistic, in a more harmonized way, with enhanced cooperation, less duplication, and that will really add to very effective and positive results on the ground. And this includes the CSOs, the community-based organizations, and also the local actors, as well as non-state actors. The group reflected on the need for donor technical financial partners to align. When you talk of coordination, it's not just about at the national level. Often we talk about national level, but I think there is a lot of room for improvement regarding coordination at the donor level also. So the appeal here is to the donors to align, so that their aid, their support, whatever they are doing would be in addition, would add to, enhance what exists at the national level. So there is need for alignment of donor actions to national priorities. Again, we all know that we are not the only actors in the field in the area of GGWSI. There are a lot of other interventions across the continent, across the countries, across the sub-regions. So we really need to extend our hands to those relevant programs and interventions, work with them and share resources, increase our complementarities. And then we were tempted to cite one of those great programs to which we can link, as the Futajalon Integrated Natural Resource Program. The Futajalon, for your information, is a mountain area in the Republic of Guinea in West Africa. But from this area, River Senegal, River Niger, River Gambia, and 2 other rivers, draw their sources. So it's like the water tower of West Africa. And then the project is about natural resource management, the forest, the water, the pastoral resources there. So it really fits very well within the intervention space of the GGWSI. So, and therefore it makes sense to really collaborate with such programs. It is just one example. There are dozens of them in the GGWSI space. Now, on the second issue, the proposal to put in place a resolve framework as proposed by the chair, and then this was, by and large, I think, endorsed by the group. So we have come up with the following propositions here. The group agreed on the need for a robust resolve framework which clearly defines the governance arrangement, the institutional arrangement for that framework, and then that will go further to define the role of each stakeholder, and then it will serve as the basis for mutual accountability in the area of monitoring our progress in the implementation, our efforts in resource mobilization, and it will really help us to be more accountable, in what we do, and be more transparent in what we report to the larger group as our contribution, as our achievement, as our endeavors. The second bullet point under the resolve framework is it is hoped that, it's believed that this framework would have a set of common indicators elaborated that would provide a common denominator, a common vision, because as a group we must have sort of a central point that sort of links us together. So we need a common denominator here. And then we can drive that from this result framework for our intervention. It will guide our development interventions. It was also highlighted. 5 minutes. That's a lot of time. It was also highlighted that the regional harmonized strategy on which we reported yesterday, you will recall, could serve as the basis for the development of such a framework. And then the AUC has been requested and then agreed to our director that we will contact our partners to see how we can bring this partnership together, and then sort of we expose them a bit more to the ideas, the principles of this resolve framework, sort of a kind of a capacity building in the area of resolve framework, because it is, I think, it's not, we are not all very familiar with this concept. So there is need to have a bit of a capacity enhancement there. The next one, and the last one under the resolve framework, is that the workshop could also be used to assess the implementation of the regional harmonized strategy of the GGWSI. As I said, we already presented this yesterday, and by and large, there has been a very unanimous endorsement of that as an achievement of our common effort in the past few years. So on the last area of resource mobilization, it's mainly about the need for putting in place a donor trust fund. This will be in addition to existing resources that are available at regional and national levels. We don't want to duplicate, but we are just floating this idea of why not putting sort of an additional, I mean, as an addition to our efforts in resource mobilization, a donor trust fund, sort of a pool system where donors would be contributing part of their budget, and that would serve to support member states, support regional institutions, specialized institutions in the implementation of their program. So we cited CADEP as one example. CADEP has already a similar arrangement, and it will not be very difficult for us to adapt that mechanism. Also, we also found it useful to improve communication and cooperation between the GGWSSI focal points and other institutions. In many of the countries, we have a focal institution, we have a focal point responsible for the Great Green Wall. We have another focal point for Terra Africa, for the World Bank SOAP. But often at the time, these groups, these focal points don't talk much to each other. Because there is not much synergy, there is not much harmonization. We really have to do efforts. Because as somebody said before this morning, the resource is there, but in one sector. And while the other sector is not aware of the existence of that resource. So we need to facilitate communication between these two groups. Yeah, so I hope the 5 minutes is still, there are still 2 minutes remaining, huh? But
we can save that for questions.
That's the work of the group. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Mr. Damfa, for the presentation, for the group, for the work, focusing on the efforts to mobilize resources for implementation of the Great Green Wall plans and programs. Let's open for a few questions or comments from the floor, and then I would ask the group members first to see if they want to complement some of the information provided. Yes, the chair of the group, Dr. Gabriel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Almami has very ably presented what we have discussed. I just want to perhaps highlight only one point. The title of the group work, I think we should make amendment now in view of the presentation. It is not in support of the EU Commission's efforts to mobilize resources. Coordination is much more, as you know, broader, wider than just resource mobilization. And the African Union effort is put into coordination broadly, including resource mobilization. So let's replace resource mobilization, to mobilize resources to coordinate the implementation of the projects. Thank you. I hope I'm clear.
It's clear for me. I understood that you want to broaden the mandate, including resource mobilization, and I saw the report include both. So I think the group addressed the issue. So for me it's clear, but let's see from the plenary. Any other comment from the group? Amami?
Yes. Just what the chair is saying is that I think he prefers that we delete the African Union Commission because it's not just for the African Union Commission. Am I right?
Yeah, that's also.
Yes.
Because the coordination effort, how can we...
So I think the Secretariat took note that the group has been broadened, and the text that says support of the African Union Commission efforts, that part would be deleted as support of efforts in the text. We'll take care of that on the reporting. Do you have any comments or contributions from the plenary or questions that you'd like to raise? I can't. I see one hand from the gentleman from Senegal. You have the floor, sir.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. I've certainly appreciated the work produced by Group 2. I think that they really highlighted an important aspect of coordination that definitely needs to be taken into account as of now, and the African Union should reflect more on this if it hasn't already. In the group proposal mentioned Pan-African support to the Great Green Wall and the need for a coordinator based on the African Union. I think that there are a number of coordinating mechanisms, and it's important not to have too much duplication or loss of information. The Pan-African Conference, which has as its basis a convention and which was established by the heads of state, could be a very useful tool and very effective in coordinating the work. And this coordinator would be recruited in the African Union and may be able to work to supervise. So it's important to have one single unit of coordination to avoid difficulties, conflicts, and difficulties in coordination. Thank you. Are there any other questions? If not, I'd like to invite the group members to respond to the question from Senegal and other questions.
Dr. Abed.
Thank you, Chair. And I would like to thank the distinguished delegate from Senegal for raising that very important point. In fact, we have raised this during our group discussion and we have addressed it. We actually recognize that there is, in fact, the first question talks about which coordinating mechanisms exist already. And once we identify that, how can we further strengthen? Can we close the gap if there is? Through that kind of discussion, we say, okay, if we agree on a reserved framework in which the roles and responsibilities of not only the African Union Commission and the Pan-African Agency that was mentioned, that was established by censored heads of state and government, but also other players, if we can streamline the respective roles and responsibilities according to their comparative advantages, that would help us. And already I have clarified during the group discussion the engagements that we've been having with the Executive Secretary of the Pan-African Agency on how we should together provide the necessary coordination at the level of at the political level, but also at the technical level. So this is work in progress. This is part of our engagement. I would like to thank him. It is a very relevant point.
Thank you very much. You're satisfied? As I see no other manifestation of hand, I think the group did a great job in tackling a very complicated and important issue. So I would like, if with your concurrence, to propose that we adopt the group report and give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. And without further ado, we move to Working Group C, which is how to foster multi-stakeholder partnerships in the context of landscape approach. And Ian is the person that is going to help us with the rapporteur. So I see that this group also managed to put up a PowerPoint. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, it's an honor to report back to the plenary. I hope I captured all points that were raised by our group. My presentation consists of two parts. The first part is more introductory, and then the last 3 slides are very concrete, and we propose solutions. So these were the participants. I'm from ILC, the International Land Coalition, but we are not really a member of the Green Wall Initiative yet. But many of our members of the coalition, are part of the initiative, the Green Wall Initiative. Fostering multi-stakeholder partnerships in the context of a landscape approach supposes the linking of sectors and the interconnection of levels. And to achieve this, we need to understand competing demands. We need to devise incentives. Can be economic incentives, but it can also be partnerships, regulations, bylaws. And we need to identify opportunities on which we can build, for instance, existing experience, existing knowledge, etc. The questions that guided our workshop, and those questions are literally taken from the concept note of our workshop, were two. What innovative mechanisms are needed to build common goals in the partnerships, incentivate restoration or incentivate land users to restore land degradation or degraded ecosystems, and how to manage competing demands. The second question was what partnerships or approaches can enable or strengthen collaboration at the local community level, and how can the collaboration be scaled up at municipal level, and how can we create an enabling environment at national or transboundary level. Now, the participants of the workshop raised an issue. They said, well, we more or less know this. Let's focus on the barriers we are encountering, and let's formulate concrete solutions to overcome the barriers. So that's actually what we did in our workshop. But before I get to my 3 slides with concrete solutions, let me first summarize briefly one major discussion that we had in our session, or that I felt as a major discussion. We all agreed that the development needs of the communities need to be the starting point of partnerships, of activities or initiatives, and that the needs of the communities need to be identified by the communities themselves, and they need to focus on social, economic and environmental benefits. It needs to be a package, a development package. It's useless to talk with people about natural resources management when they have an empty stomach. So let's start from the development needs of the communities, identified by the communities themselves. But then there was the other voice in our workshop that said, yes, okay, but we also need to ensure a socio-ecological systems approach that covers the ecosystem, the users, the services, and we need to try to find, we need to understand the systemic challenges in the system, and can we really start from the communities? Is it enough? Can we really understand the systemic challenges? And how to represent all communities and interest groups in the whole system? How to interlink governance and planning at the different levels? And how to link regional or national finance mechanisms, such as the Great Green Wall Initiative, with the community needs at the very local level. Now I get to my concrete slides, the 3 very practical slides, where we identified barriers and solutions. And I tried to categorize them as in 3 groups. The systemic barriers, the barriers faced by the financial and technical partners, and the barriers in the field, present in the field. Well, the first one, the systemic barriers. 3 subcategories. How to ensure horizontal and vertical linkages. And solutions that were formulated by the workshop participants were the following, in the right column. We need, first of all, to find a common understanding and a common definition of our problem and of the system. And we need to understand the systemic challenges, the interlinkage of land degradation, food insecurity, forced migration, conflict. So those are systemic challenges. To achieve such a common definition or a common understanding of challenges, we need to create a kind of knowledge hub in which we put together both qualitative and quantitative scientific knowledge and indigenous knowledge, both very localized, very specific to the local context. We need to, the landscape approach does not exclude sectoral knowledge or sectoral experience. We can build on the knowledge and experience that is present in the different sectors. And someone mentioned intercommunality. When we, in one landscape or in one territorial entity, we should try to include all communities present. And this means that there might be a need for conflict resolution, since we work with different communities in one landscape. The second subcategory is to capture systemic dynamics. We need to ensure adaptive management for resilient livelihoods and landscapes. And finally, the third systemic barrier is how to ensure incentives or how to create incentives. Well, in our group, we heard very interesting concrete solutions for innovative financing, such as the carbon bank or work for water, work for forests. Of course, there is the payment for ecosystem services as a possible financial or economic incentive. Then we can also build on existing local safety nets. We don't necessarily have to devise something new. We can build on the existing tontine, for instance. And we should try to generate short-term benefits when we engage with the community, to show immediately what the benefits of our actions are. The barriers faced by the financial and technical partners. Well, first of all, and this came very clear, this came forward in the workshop very clearly, that interventions, despite the Paris Declaration, are still very fragmented, and that every actor, every financial or technical partner uses its own tools. So in French, it was called saupoudrage. So how can we overcome this barrier? Well, first of all, we need user-friendly tools to objectively analyze the complexity of the system. And we could even think of having a common toolbox. Why don't all actors, financial and technical partners, put their tools together in a common toolbox? We should also try to avoid organizational agenda attribution. And this means that it doesn't matter whether it is FAO or UNCCD that has led one project or another. Let's overcome this organizational agenda attribution. A fourth point, we should really, this was mentioned by someone in the workshop actually, let's ban the word project. We need to focus on long-term development. Projects create competition, they create fragmentation. Someone else mentioned we should link the Green Wall agenda with the emerging and increasingly, or the important resilience agenda. And of course we should ensure effective communication flows. And this is more or less linked to the knowledge hub I mentioned before. Another barrier faced by financial and technical partners is to engage really effectively and really engage with the communities, not impose the development or the development aims of the partners themselves. So it should be the local actors that contribute to the development plan of their territory with support from the financial and technical partners. It should not be the financial and technical partners inviting the local communities. It should be the local communities inviting the financial and technical partners. The financial and technical partners should provide a development package, not just focusing on natural resources management, and I mentioned this before, a package that includes social, economic, environmental benefits, that provides diversified livelihoods. It does not make sense to a hungry person to talk about natural resources management. And I also mentioned this one already before. We should try to show early or immediate or direct results to communities that can catalyze the buy-in from the community. And my last slide is more related to the challenges met in the field itself. Often capacities are lacking, planning capacities at the community level, at the district level, and someone paraphrased it as follows: there are plenty of plans around, but there is a lack of planning capacity. So how to overcome this barrier? Again, build upon local experience, build upon local knowledge, create competent institutions, try to engage in co-learning where communities, development actors and policymakers try to understand together, co-learn the system or the systemic problems that are faced by the communities. Any activity or any development activity or initiative should build on community development plans. They are around, they are there already. The communities often have already identified their primary needs. So use those plans. strengthen local leadership and decision-making capacity, and try to ensure effective linkages between levels and cross-sector integrated planning. And the last one that was mentioned is we still see much untapped resources. And so in natural resources management interventions, we should maybe also focus on efficient use of resources, rather, or not only restoration, but also efficient use of resources, and maintain multiple, in order to maintain multiple ecosystem services, including, but not only, heritage, tourism, and non-renewable resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian, for guiding us through the results of the group that look at how to foster multi-stakeholder partnerships in the context of a landscape approach. I personally enjoyed the presentation, particularly for its innovative, provocative, and very concrete proposals. Do we have comments or contributions, first from the members of the group that would like to complement or add something to the presentation? Sally, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. We didn't really discuss it, and so I thought maybe we should bring it here to the plenary. It's the fact that we have these voluntary guidelines on the tenure of land, fisheries and forestry, and we talked about good governance in our group, but we didn't get into specificities. And so I wonder if we should be making some sort of a discussion or recommendation on whether it wouldn't be appropriate to try and pilot test the voluntary guidelines through interventions through the Great Green Wall process. And I think it would be very innovative to really think about this good governance through trying a local level application. And one could do it, for example, in an oasis situation or in another ecosystem environment. But I'm bringing it here because it came to me as I was moderating this group, and I realized we didn't discuss it at all, but it's something that we might want to put down as a food for thought and something that may be very important to consider how we can help to apply the voluntary guidelines. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For those who are not familiar with the voluntary guidelines on the responsible tenure of land, forest and fisheries resources, it's a document developed with within FAO with the strong participation of the constituency with the member countries, has been adopted by the FAO member countries, because I want to preserve what Sally is recommending with the point that Ian raised to us, which I think it was one of the strong points of the group, on co-learning and opening up for the decisions at the local level for the communities to do their development planning with our support. This proposal has nothing to do with a top-down process. It's a set of voluntary guidelines that are general and have to be tested, adapted, and adopted when the communities feel the need of that. They were meant to be a tool, one of the tools, or maybe a big tool that would go in the toolbox that's proposed by the group. So just a point of clarification from the table. Any other comments that would you like to raise? I have two hands here from the colleagues from the African Union. Maybe Dr. Abebe first and then Almani.
Thank you, Chair. And I would also like to add my voice to your appreciation of the presentation made. I also enjoyed it. I was just wondering whether from the group I could hear their views on whether this proposal, which is a very nice proposal, to create a common toolbox, has some link with what we had proposed in Group 2, a result framework. Because that one also is talking about a common set of indicators leading towards mutual accountability and so on. So did they see some kind of link and so on? But also I want to add to the last comment made by colleague, with respect to the voluntary guidelines. I also wish to make reference to the framework and guidelines on land policy in Africa, which was adopted by the AU Assembly of Heads of State and Government. And of course, FAO is our partner, and we have been discussing as to how we can push the two in a synchronized manner. So when we make reference to that, I think it's important to also send this message that the two are not involving a parallel process. They are more or less the same, but let's just make sure that we are sending consistent message. Thank you.
Thank you. Almani?
Danger is when your boss comes before you then. Now, I think, yes, just to add a bit on the issue of tenure and then on this guideline of the FAO, I think it's an important barrier in the field, lack of tenure clarity. So I would propose that under the technical barriers, we indicate as a lack of tenure clarity as an obstacle for implementation. Having said that, again, in the presentation, my colleague, you referred to problem being lack of capacity. You know, recently in the Warsaw Climate Change Conference, Dr. Bebe, we had this house meeting with the president of Tanzania. And then he said that we don't lack plans. You know, we have a lot of plans at national, regional, and community level. But these plans remain as drafts. They are not, you know, a plan is a draft as long as there is no budget. You know? So I think one of the key field barrier would be limited budget or lack of budget, not just about plan to or capacity, but I think we should be bold enough really to put our finger on this. That I mean, it is lack of budget. You know, since yesterday we've been saying that we have supported the countries to have their strategies, their plans, 10, 13 of them, but then there are no financial commitment to support these countries' institutions to implement. So the issue critically is lack of budget, lack of funding, as a very instrumental field barrier. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that there is a link already with the toolbox proposal and the link of the work of the two groups. That our tools are there and the funding is essential. I recognize the flag of Nigeria, and I wonder if anybody else would like to take the word, because I'd like to give the chance for the group members to address the questions that are being raised before we close, and we have to be very respectful of the time because we also count with the support of the interpreters here, and they are time-bound on their work, so we have to respect that as well. I have Nigeria, then maybe, and Italy again, and then we will close for some response from the group members. Ian, you are taking note of the comments, I suppose, yes. So you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to link up the tool issue with what the representative from the EU said. The framework, the toolbox, I think they can be looked at side by side and, if need be, integrate so that we'll have common tools to use. Again, the issue of terminology, the issue of clarification of definitions will also come in here, because we are putting, to some extent, orange, apples, pineapple, mangoes together, but we can always streamline. I also want to acknowledge the fact that as chair of the Committee on World Food Security that worked on the voluntary guideline, that we drew a lot of resources from the African Act policy. And I think I want to acknowledge that publicly. I also want to make a slight modification as to the fact that The voluntary guideline is not a CFS, it's not an FAO document. It's fundamentally a document of all stakeholders. But the three room-based agencies played very active role to get it on board. I admit one thing, that FAO has championed the implementation, which is very good. And in collaboration with the AU, I think we still have quite some distance to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this words, clarification, information. We have the distinguished delegate from Italy, Dr. Guia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was just to integrate the principle. I mean, I can see the point in trying to join hand in different mechanisms to the service of the common cause of the Great Green Wall. On the other hand, I would also encourage also to be consistent with the result of our discussion on landscape. The word landscape, of course, has different type of interpretation things, but sure, one point that makes it emerging when dealing with it is the problem of contextualization. So there are things that can be uniformized in such a large scope process like the Green Water Initiative, but there are others that cannot. So what one should aim at, in my opinion, is to standardize or to render coherent criteria and methodology and approaches on how to contextualize intervention at ecosystem level, at landscape level, which might entail more than one country, but still one or two transboundary aquifer or whatever, and which has a specificity, as our colleague describing the oasis type of realities, that have to be dealt with in a separate way than in another oasis on the other part of the belt, of the wall. And what, however, has to be uniformized is the consistent approach. So one should have a systemic, integrated, objective approach that leads the adaptation to the local ecosystem realities, to the local, being it national, being it transboundary or regional at times, but not very often. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would return the floor for the group members if they want to address the questions that have been raised. Who would do that? Ian, would you be prepared?
Personally, I don't have any comments or questions, but I can try to respond to some of the issues raised. So regarding the voluntary guidelines, as a rapporteur, I can confirm that the voluntary guidelines were not mentioned during our workshop, but we did talk about good governance and transparency. So I think it's very much in line with what we said during our workshop. And as a representative of ILC here, since our director is not here anymore, I can only applaud this suggestion to include it in the report, since, of course, tenure security, land tenure security is crucial to food security. And it was mentioned by our director yesterday afternoon, but during the discussions it has not mentioned that much. So it would be very useful to have it in the report. Regarding the toolbox, a toolbox or a common toolbox would definitely be essential or very much wanted by the partners, because during the workshop this morning the word tool was mentioned very much, and it seems that every organization has its own tool specifically geared to certain problems or specific contexts, and so it would not be a matter of creating new tools, but it would be really a matter of creating a common toolbox to have a selection of tools that can be used in different contexts for different problems. And as a commenting on what the representative of Italy said, well, he reflected very well the discussion we had during our workshop regarding the systemic approach or the preference to address communities. So this was really a discussion that went on during the entire workshop. And it seems quite hard to combine both to fit communities in a systemic approach, but we try to come up with some solutions, as I showed in our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think with these words, if I don't see any other intervention, I would like to also to welcome the report with this change that we have just discussed and give the group a round of applause. Si vous avez quelques questions ponctuelles,
If you have any specific questions you'd like to put, please go ahead right now. Well, it's not really a question. I was thinking, it's more of a comment, if I may. I think that over the last 2 days, our work has been very productive, but I'm wondering still if our ideal or our enthusiasm with respect to the Great Green Wall, well, does this Great Green Wall really give rise to enthusiasm from ourselves, from agencies and decision makers? And how, if we don't have this enthusiasm, how can we expect our populations to have this enthusiasm? And how can we believe that people are going to believe us in what we're proposing? So I think we need to give thought to this. It's nothing to do with technique, but I think we need to think about the enthusiasm we need to arouse in order to ensure that this has a future. I'd like us to give thought to that. Thank you. The Chair, I think those are important words in closing the session, something we need to take away with us and reflect on what we've gained from this session, this opportunity to share information over these last 2 days of work.
We reached the end of the presentation of the group working, and we are heading to the last session of our 2 days of work. Your reflections come to my mind in the sense that I think it's a stepwise thing. The enthusiasm has to be conserved, built, but we have steps that we do that help us move in that direction. If we look at the expected results that we have for this meeting, and let me just refresh with all of you here. Participants are informed on the importance and the role of the Great Green Wall in drylands development in response to humanitarian, security and governance challenge in the region. My opinion is that we managed to achieve most of it, the way that has been conducted these 2 days. And then the second expected result was to get concrete ways defined for building partnerships in support of the Great Green Wall action plans, programs and projects. We can have different approaches, but I think the issue has been tackled. The third point, a mechanism is established for coordination and exchange between financial and technical partners of the Great Green Wall under the auspices of the African Union. And I think we had a strong commitment of the African Union here in this meeting to bring this discussion about. So I personally share a feeling of success, and the landmark that I bring was, throughout the presentation of the groups and the discussions, the social aspects that have been raised here. We remember that the first group ended on the note on gender, and the 2 other groups ended on a note of the linking to communities. One on the analogies that was raised by the gentleman here in the front, if we could do for the oasis, that was very much on a social point with the community autochtone, and the issue of the co-learning with the communities to get a concrete engagement. So it's pretty clear that the Great Green Wall addresses a socio-economic issue. It's not for the conservation per se. It's for addressing a region that has a poverty problem that has to be addressed through interventions of everyone that can support. That's the main message I get from this. With these words, I would like to pass to the Secretariat the information. Nora, if you can guide us through the closer session. We are expecting some other colleagues and authorities to join us on the podium. Would you like to propose a break now until we reset the table?
Just five minutes break, the time to set the podium for the closing, if possible. Thank you very much.
If with your approval, then we will have a 5 minutes break to set the podium for the closure. I would ask you to bear with us a bit more with your patience, which is a long day, but a very productive day. Thank you.
A round of applause for the chair.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon again. It's my pleasure to continue the meeting, and honored to be the chair of the last session of this forum, the closing of the forum. We have had 2 wonderfully productive days of dedicated attention to the Great Green Wall of the Sahara and Sahel Initiative. And it's the moment that we hear from those directly involved in leading the implementation of the program that share this podium with us here. On my right-hand side, I have Madame Monique Barbou, the UNCCD Executive Secretary. On my left-hand side, I have first Mr. Eduardo Rojas Briales, the Assistant Director General of Forest Department, and Dr. Abebe Haile Gabriel, Director of Rural Economy and Agriculture Department of the African Union Commission. It's my honor to invite Madame Barbou to address this session. Madame, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Bonsoir à vous tous.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon to you all. And it is indeed a great pleasure to be back here together with you for this closing session. I listened to the last debate. And I heard some passion in the discussions that we heard, besides some comments, but there was passion. I think it's always a sign of success when a seminar does actually, after 2 days of debate, can still give rise to some enthusiasm, to some passion. I think that's very, very important. And our objective here in the forum was to reinforce and diversify and expand the partnership to the key sectors in the area. Sharing work done, identifying the challenges that remain, and looking for the appropriate solutions to meet multi-dimensional, multi-sectorial, cross-cutting issues that are indeed challenging. I will try to briefly recapitulate the results, and I think that they are encouraging. I know that we will continue to work on this with a view to implementation. Our commitment to this initiative has been strengthened with the signing of the Fleuve project, financed by the European Union on the one hand, and the project for sustainable land management and migration, funded by the Italian government in a partnership. And these projects both aim at building capacity of the local, national, and sub-regional stakeholders, and their main objective is really to make it possible for each category to participate and to have its voice in this great initiative of the Great Green Wall. We've heard about the need to reinforce the linkages between local government, security, migration, and sustainable land management. I think it's also very clear that investment in dried lands and investment in sustainable management of natural resources is to date inadequate, insufficient. And therefore we need to promote the positive impact on migration and see how we can increase investment in dry lands. The remittances of the diaspora of the migrants may have a poverty reduction impact, may generate income generating opportunities, transfer of knowledge and competence. Many of the issues that we discussed also pointed to areas of work that we need to deepen, a better involvement of the private sector in the green economies among these, to be quick to seize the opportunities that exist there, and increase investment in the region through sustainable land management. Public sector must continue to play a major role in establishing, enabling conditions for a green economy, but the contribution of the private sector, which includes small and medium-sized businesses at the local area, to sustainable development in Africa is equally important. Natural capital for a green economy in the Sahara and Sahel region is naturally the productive land and the fertile soil. Land is a primary resource for ecosystem service productions, for food security, energy, biodiversity conservation, and carbon storing. Sustainable management of land, therefore, is crucial to manage the nexus between food and energy, integrating taking into account the costs and the benefits, both direct and indirect, and conserve the economic potential of land for the future generations through the constant provision of and delivery of ecosystem services. The quality of lives of the peoples living in the area, of course, must be at the very center of our concerns, also in the light of the security challenges of the area. In a world in which distances are rapidly disappearing, the development of the region, the Great Green Wall region, is very important. The oases really are a linkage between the north and the south, a very strategic space, because major regional development projects for natural resources that are being implemented call for photovoltaic solar energy, large-scale pumping from the underground tables to meet development needs, potential development of the huge underground mineral resources in the Sahel. And therefore, this is an area that is at the center of covert conflict, leading to forced migration, to new social issues, with women often becoming the heads of the villages without necessarily competence to do so. There's a need, therefore, for reflection and investment to help the peoples be engaged and committed to sustainable development projects. I've understood also that your discussions on partnerships has pointed to innovative approaches to mobilization of human and financial resources that need to be analyzed more in depth. So this, I think, is a very summary recapitulation of the outcome of the work of this very rich workshop. I'd like to thank once again FAO and the African Union Commission for their partnership in the organization and the coordination with the Convention for the Combat Against Desertification for this initiative, the initiative of the Great Green Wall. And I would like to thank all of the participants for their very active participation, which certainly I think bodes very well for the future of the Great Green Wall. Thank you.
Merci, Madame Bavou.
Thank you, Madame Bavou. And I would like to invite Mr. Eduardo Rojas Periales from FAO to take the floor. You have the floor, sir.
Monsieur le Président, la secrétaire exécutive del
Chairman, Secretary General, Madame Monique Barbeau, dear participants, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen.
of FAO, José Graciano da Silva, and the Deputy Director General, Maria Elena Semedo. It's my pleasure first to thank you all for your active participation in this international forum forging innovative partnership for the implementation of the Great Green Wall for the Sahara and the Sahel initiative. The result achieved and recommendations made will help the Great Green Wall community to foster the implementation of this initiative, a continental flagship program of the African Union aiming to address in a coherent, holistic and synergetic manner the adverse impacts of climate change, desertification, land degradation and loss of biodiversity, as well as the pressing challenges of food insecurity, poverty and also general insecurity in the Africa drylands. FAO, as a technical partner of the African Union Commission, stands ready to continue to support this initiative. Indeed, with the support of the European Union and the ACP Secretariat, FAO will launch early 2014 a new project
action against desertification that contributes to the implementation of the Great Green Wall action plans. This project will cover 6 Great Green Wall countries, and there is still a need for all of us to mobilise more resources for the implementation of the other Great Green Wall national action plans. But we are much more ahead. If I recall where we stand in the Dryland Week we arranged with many of the partners here in June 2011 on the occasion of the International Year of the Forest in Dakar, the progress we have moved forward in mobilising resources is impressive, and we should try to keep that momentum in order to arrive to the level of resources that we need to mobilise for this endeavour. As discussed in the Working Group B on coordination mechanism, the harmonised regional strategy developed with the support of FAO forms a basis for putting in place a robust result-based framework to facilitate the coordination among partners, programmes and projects at all levels, national, local, regional and continental. On the ground, communities need to be enabled to drive coordinated long-term development planning processes building on local knowledge systems supported by technical expertise and enabling governance framework with the support of multiple development actors. Building on the RADDO ongoing work, this forum will give special attention to the urgency of fostering the sustainable management of natural resources in the oasis systems as a contribution to the Great Green Wall Initiative. FAO stands ready to help this process with its technical expertise at headquarters and decentralised offices at the country, sub-regional and regional level to follow up on the implementation of the forum recommendations in cooperation with the relevant partners. Considering the many partners engaged in this endeavour, I would like to share you the experience that FAO with partners have accumulated in the past years around the Mediterranean, where the different donors and investors in the region in forest issues have coordinated their activities, and share with you the experience of the collaborative partnership on Mediterranean forests. And a similar structure or coordination mechanism would be interesting to establish as well for this programme. This has been also tentatively discussed with the World Bank Vice President Rachel Kite, and we came recently to the conclusion that the investment that is getting momentum in the area would need some mechanism so that the different agencies, funding sources, bilateral donors, and all the national governments investing would have some platform to coordinate their activities. It's just sharing with you an experience in a neighbouring region, and that could eventually be replicated in this area. I would like also to highlight the commitment that FAO has to bring dryland forest issues back to the agenda, and this for sure is most likely the biggest, the most iconic and the most relevant dryland forest, and not only forest, dryland landscape project, but we would like not only to see it as in the individuality, but framed into the need to bring more attention to dryland forest. It's an issue that we think it's necessary because, unfortunately, eventually other forest ecosystems like the humid tropics that also need attention but have received in the past decades an unbalanced too high attention, whereas dryland forest and dryland ecosystem has been a little bit the poor brother in this setting. And in that sense, we are also very satisfied that after a long push, we are getting the red agenda that was drafted on the very beginning for the humid tropics, it moving as well to drylands. We have in UN Red Morocco, we have Mongolia coming in, and we will work with dryland countries to get them as well on the red agenda, even if it is mitigation oriented, and for sure drylands are much more important from the adaptation perspective, but unfortunately adaptation funds have not been so generous as the mitigation one. And we understand that this attention to dryland first has to balance the international attention to the issues of forest and of broader ecosystem approach. First, because the long-term damages that drylands may suffer are of higher impact than those in humid areas. Second, their natural capacity to regenerate of drylands is much more slower than that of more humid conditions. And also, as you know, the social challenges that many of these drylands face are much more stronger. This makes that at the end, it's very important eventually, even if the image of a tropical humid forest might be more impactful in the TV that it might be of a dryland conditions, the urgency to act there is at least of the size and most likely even of a higher responsibility. So it's important to move that agenda forward, and we have been working in many settings, in the Collaborative Partnership on Forests, in our bilateral relation with the UNCCD and other settings to bring forward this dryland forest. That was the third block. We have the developed country forest, boreal or temperate. We have the block of the humid tropical. And this third leg has been too long time absent of the international debate, and we are really committed to bring it forward. And in that sense, Ms. Barbu's predecessor came to the last COFO and delivered an important keynote speech exactly with the message to bring in a balanced approach also dryland forests back to the agenda. And we are working, of course, to remediate the situation that this landscape, these dryland forests have, also in the frame of the Forest Landscape Restoration Initiative, on one hand, in the form of advocacy, and we try to align several initiatives that are on board, like the Aichi target, the bond challenges to restore 150 million hectares, which will, the bulk shall be in drylands. It's there where the land is available. The work of the Global Partnership on Forest Landscape Restoration, but even the Rio dialogues conducted just before the formal Rio Plus 20 summit was held, where the civil society agreed as the second most voted activity forest landscape restoration. And in general, to use the R of RED not only for reducing, that is a negative approach, but to reverting, which is also an R, to reversing deforestation. And this can only be done with forest landscape restoration, and most likely it will be basically done in drylands. But we don't want to stay only as an advocacy. We are not only an advocacy organization, but also a field implementing, and in that sense, learning of the experience of RED, where we first did advocacy very strongly based also on research. You may recall the Bali agreements of the COP, I think, 13, where the concept of RED came forward very strongly, and the CPF, the Collaborative Partnership on Forest, and Forest Day that started then was very strongly behind, with an important research community to solve the inconsistency of the Kyoto Protocol having a very weak component for vegetation, and especially forest, and it has been addressed since then. And from that advocacy work, we went into operation with UN RED, and now we are working in 48 countries. We are trying to replicate the same model, establishing a facility or mechanism on forest landscape restoration in FAO with other partners, in order exactly, if the funds align to the political will, that we have also the capacity to assist countries in the endeavor of forest landscape restoration that, in our view, will be concentrated not only but very strongly in drylands. I would like to extend my personal thanks to Ms. Monique Barbu, the Executive Secretary of UNCCD, and the team of the Global Mechanism, who has been working very efficiently together with the FAO team for organizing this forum. And my thanks go as well to our partners from the African Union, to Dr. Abebe Haile Gabriel, the Director of Rural Economy and Agriculture Department and the African Union Commission, and his team for the effective collaboration in the implementation of the Great Green Wall. I look forward to our cooperation during the implementation of the projects. Shukran, merci, thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. Rojas, Assistant Director General of the Forest Department. It's my pleasure to invite now Dr. Abebe Haile Gabriel, Director of Rural Economy and Agriculture Department of the African Union Commission, to address this closing ceremony. Dr. Gabriel, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. With your permission, it seems that I am vertically challenged, and I would like to address from the podium there, if you allow that.
You're most welcome.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Monique Barbu, UNCCD Executive Secretary, Mr. Eduardo Royas Briales, Assistant Director General, the Forestry Department of FAO, Excellencies, Ambassadors present here, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My task as the last speaker is made both simple and at the same time difficult. It's simple because I don't have to repeat what has been said over the last, by the distinguished personalities who have spoken before me, since they have covered what needs to be said, has been said. But also difficult, then if I don't have to repeat, I need to be more innovative. And one way of being innovative is to come and stand here to now, by way of a kind of balance sheet, comparing with the objectives that we've set for ourselves yesterday as we had started the workshop, with what has been achieved at the end of this workshop, we said we wanted to share information on some of the achievements made. And we have learned through the wonderful presentations, which have been very informative, on the activities that have been taking place at the local, national, sub-regional, and continental levels, that a lot has been taking place. But we have also learned that there is, in fact, this is the important message, that we need to do more. This is first. Secondly, on the importance of building a great green wall for the Sahara and Sahel initiative community in terms of partnership, we have recognized and taken note of the fact that there has been a lot of stakeholders, a lot of actors busy at different levels trying to implement initiatives related to the Great Green Wall for the Sahara initiative. And the message that we have taken from this meeting is that we need to build and nurture this community, the Great Green Wall for the Sahara and Sahel community, through effective partnerships. Thirdly, on streamlining coordination, if we have to build this community, then there should be an effective communication, coordination. And we have recognized that there has been some efforts of progress in terms of trying to harmonize these efforts. In fact, we have, from the presentation made by the African Union colleagues, been informed that there is now a harmonized strategy that has been adopted both by the Ministers of Environment as well as by the Assembly of Heads of State and Government of the African Union. This is a very remarkable progress. But then, strategies are strategies, and we need to build on that to further streamline and strengthen our coordinating mechanism. This is the message. Now, the second set of messages is very important, and this is from recognizing the importance of transitioning, from recognizing the need to do more on these aspects, to actually discussing on how we can achieve that, how we can do, how we can achieve, and how we can measure progress on that. And the workshop have come up with specific recommendations on how we can achieve this. We have said, and this is, I think, the most important message, that we should focus on implementation. And implementation is taking place at the local and national level. And therefore, the focus of the future is going to be on supporting the efforts of actors who are implementing. This is very important. We are providing that support. We are not the implementers. The implementers are the people who are being affected by the policies and actions of that initiative. Therefore, our work is to facilitate and support that process. We have, I think, taken this very important message. Secondly, we said we should develop a mechanism by which we can plan better, but also measure progress of implementation, tracking progress. And we said we should also be in a position to hold ourselves accountable to our actions and to the results. And we said we will develop a result framework that will facilitate that kind of coordination and monitoring progress on implementation, and also as an instrument of mutual accountability. We have said, as part of that, we will be doing our best to support multi-stakeholder engagement and consultations, most importantly, the local actors, the communities, and also a commitment towards linking this particular initiative with other relevant initiatives that are packaged in different forms, yet with a lot of linkage with Great Green Wall for the Sahara and Sahel Initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to reiterate the commitment of the African Union Commission in living up to your expectations. As I had indicated yesterday during the opening session, the strategic plan of the African Union Commission for the period 2014-2017 that was adopted last May by the AU Assembly of Heads of State and Government identifies agriculture and sustainable management of environment and natural resources as one of the top priorities. In fact, the way we speak about it, we say it is the top priority, because number one is peace and security, and that is the condition for everything else. When it comes to sectors, it is agriculture. It is number two, priority number two, is agriculture and environment and natural resources. This shows really the commitment, and we have said that we should be held accountable by the end of the planning period on those deliverables. The Great Green Wall for the Sahara and Sahel Initiative is one of the flagship programs, the strategic programs of the Union within that strategy. We will take your message very seriously. Those recommendations which you have made, we will try and do our best to see them operationalized. And we commit ourselves to a regular review of progress on the implementation. And we believe that together with all partners, we will be able to reach there. So I would like to thank FAO and the Global Mechanism for organizing this wonderful event, as well as FAO for hosting the meeting. Our partners, all of our partners, in particular the European Union for supporting our efforts, all of the participants for your active participation, and I would like to call upon all of you to really get enlisted in the result framework that we are going to develop. We would like to see everybody captured there. And we would also like to thank all those who have been working behind to make sure that our meeting is successful, including the interpreters who have made it possible for us to communicate better. And finally, I wish all of us safe travel, those of us who have come from other places, to our next destinations, and merci à tout le monde.
With these words and with the vote of thanks addressed by Dr. Abebe for the interpreters, for their team of the Global Mechanism and the two divisions, the Land and Water Division colleagues that have helped in organizing this, the Forest Assessment, Monitoring and Conservation Division, FAO, that has helped organizing this. And with a big vote of thank you for all of you who left your work from these 2 days to dedicate your time and your energy and your ideas for the success of this forum. Thank you very much. And I think now it's time that we declare the forum closed. Thank you, and have a nice evening, everyone.